Good morning, everybody. Great to have your company. I'm surrounded, I'm hidden amidst gorgeous knitting and crochet. Fabulous launch this morning. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. It is Friday, it's almost the weekend, and where I come from, Friday is the weekend. So let's get straight into it and have a wonderful morning together. Now we're going to start, as we always do, with our early bird. So let's do it. Oh, and I have got a super duper very special early bird to share with you today, because we're having an early bird special. Just move that foot out of the way. This is terrific. Now, we were talking about exactly this sort of product last week. So our early bird this morning is the hemline cutting set. It's a 4-piece in pink and white. You have got, and we love hemline products first and foremost, great quality, affordable haberdashery, good quality, great quality, and things we use every single day. Now what you've got in here is, you've got a pair of large tailor's scissors. You've also got some embroidery scissors. You have got some micro tip scissors. And how many times do we need micro tipped snipping in detail work? We've also got thread snips. I always say, don't use your scissors for snipping thread. Blunts the scissors so quickly. Use your thread snips. Now, should be $13.99. Look, for this whole set, $13.99 for this. But you're not paying $13.99. It's one of our very special early birds. Wait for this. You are going to love it. You are going to love it. Wow. $5.99. $5.99. That is amazing. Yeah, that is incredible. $5.99. You can pay $9.99, $12.99 for one pair of scissors easily. This is $5.99. Now let's go to Amazon, the Long River. Just say the word, Amazon. $10.99. $10.99 for that set. You are getting the large scissors, the mid-size embroidery, and the micro tip. I mean, $10.99 would be a fabulous price, wouldn't it? But we're $5.99. $5.99. This is the kind of thing that everybody should get in their baskets. Everyone should get home, because these are super, super useful. I've got a bit of fabric here. Wow, that is great. Slicing through that fabric. That's your larger scissors, and they've got that bend in them so that they are ergonomic. So why the bend? Well, when you're cutting out fabric, the idea is to keep the scissors on the table. Okay, so your scissors are on the table and you cut. So this will keep you up against the side of the pattern. If you're cutting out a dressmaking pattern, this is the best way. £1.49 per item in this pack. How incredible is that? If I said this is £1.49 for these scissors, amazing. Now you've also got your embroidery scissors. So these would be more for sort of cutting your threads for embroidery and stuff, but still beautiful and sharp, cutting through that fabric with ease. Also great for things like paper, of course. Then you've got your micro tip scissors. So particularly lovely when we're cutting out things like little notches and snipping in to seam allowances. If we've got a curved seam allowance that we want to snip into, or notch. And then, last of all, you've got your thread snips. So pop a finger through, little finger or ring finger, and they're just spring-loaded, easy spring-loaded. Just great for clipping your threads when you're doing things like quilting, applique, patchwork, any kind of sewing, and you just want to be able to clip those threads. Get into the habit of using thread snips rather than your scissors. Absolutely fantastic deal. Julie from North Lincolnshire has got in touch to say, good morning. Just wanted to say how friendly and helpful your phone line staff are. They sorted out my mistake with good humour and professionalism. Julie, that's such a lovely comment. Thank you so much. You know, so often we all forget about our lovely call centre a bit, but they are wonderful. They're celebrating a birthday today, actually. I walked past earlier on and they were taking in trays of donuts. I nearly walked into the call centre myself. Someone's 30th birthday today. But that is lovely. We will send that comment to our call centre. Thank you. And I'm glad they sorted out the issue that you had. Remember, it's a free phone number. They're upstairs, they're in the building, they're here. We see them every single day. They know the products. They know everything that you might need to ask them, I think, or we'll send an email to the right person and ask the question. So they are terrific and we really appreciate their hard work. Right, so our mega early bird today is the set of 4 hemline cutting tools. That works out at £1.49 per item. You've got the large bent scissors, so that's these ones. So they have that bend in the handle so that you can rest them against the table while you're cutting. Lovely soft grip, by the way. Absolutely gorgeous. They feel ergonomic in my hands. They feel nice and comfortable. So that's your large scissors. Then you've got your embroidery scissors. Again, they've got that lovely soft grip finish to them. I always get blisters on my fingers with normal, all metal scissors. They give me blisters. I've got very delicate hands. And then you've also got your micro tip scissors. And then you've got your thread snips, all £1.49 per item, £5.99 in total. Absolutely brilliant. Don't forget, these aren't just for sewing and for paper crafting, kitchen scissors, just for things like opening packages and deliveries. Opening things like, if you buy the plastic wrap trays from the grocery store. Of course, you always need a pair of scissors to open scissors. But, just great. And also keep people off your dressmaking scissors. Buy them a set of their own and make sure they use them. What about things like gift wrapping as well? A few messages to read out. Claire's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and all. Lovely yarn. Thank you. That's coming up in just a moment. Marie says, oh, it's Stuart. Good morning, lovely boy. Good morning, lovely Marie. Hel says, morning, lovely Stuart. Beautiful makes. Happy Friday, everyone. Hilary says, new sock yarn is so beautiful, Stuart. I think I might have to get my needles out. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Fran's got in touch. Morning, all. Got my choice of yarn already, I think. Fingers crossed. Fran, thank you. What did you go for? I need to know. Great. Well, look, keep going through for that. Karen from Surrey's got in touch. Stuart, I am so excited for the final fairy season instalment from Debbi Moore. I'm making 4 quilts for Christmas gifts for my niecelets. They're my great nieces. I love that, Karen, your niecelets. And lucky girls getting a quilt each. Gorgeous. Right, let's have a look at today's menu and see what's coming up. So first up, it is some guy called Stuart Hillard with his brand new head over heels, Colours of the World, Stripe Up Your Life, Australia. Yes, it is the launch of my brand new sock yarn collection. This is its TV exclusive launch. I have got 6 beautiful new colours. This is so, so cool. I know you're going to love it. That's at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, Debbi Moore is here with, indeed, the Summer Fairies. And we have got so many beautiful makes. Look at this bag. How amazing is this? Oh, this is coming up later, sorry. 10 o'clock, sewing room tools, some absolute essentials in that hour. And then at 11 o'clock, it's the strawberries and cream and champagne collection. There's a quilt, that folds up so you can carry it around with you. Look at this gorgeous bag. How beautiful. I love this. How beautiful is that? Absolutely gorgeous. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. Oh, someone's ready for the beach. Look at that. Got a towel, got sunglasses. Is there sunblock? I want to know what the book is. International bestseller. Does anybody know what that book is? Love that. Got the flip-flops. Excellent. And then at 12 o'clock, we have got a whole hour of gorgeous quilt kits. Jan's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart, and everyone. Looking forward to the sock yarn. It's coming right up. Right, now, how to get in touch. Do get in touch with us, won't you? We love getting your messages. You can message the studio@sewingstreet.com. That's our email. Send in pictures. Let us know what you're up to. You can get in touch via Facebook, Sewing Street TV. You can send us a message there. Or go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then that will take you through to our live screen. You can click on Send Us a Message. You can send us a little message. You can then shop underneath. So you've got your bestsellers there. You've got the brand new yarn launch from me and Stylecraft, Colours of the World Australia. You can shop ahead for Debbi Moore's Spring and Summer Fairies. They are gorgeous. That teal is beautiful. Wow. The seashells, that is stunning, isn't it? Fairies at the beach. I think that's gorgeous. Loads of really innovative panels. Look, that's gorgeous. Really, really lovely. So much inspiration. I love the postcards. And look, you've got loads of extra appliques on the side for doing three-dimensional work. Those are gorgeous, and so many images for $14.99. Oh, that is lovely. So you've got the images, but you've also got the mixers, the blenders to go with. So many different things you can make with those panels. They are delightful. So we're launching summer. We do have a little bit of stock of spring if you missed out or if you need more. Then we've got our tools hour. Some great rotating cutting mats. Can't be without them. The colour deck, I love. We've got some great extra wide backings. That's Tula Pink. We've also got her white on white, which we don't see very often, and it's an absolute doozy. We've also got things like 505 sold out. Oh, that's the glue stick. We've got 505 spray. We've got 404 spray. And look, we've got these back in stock. It's the non-slip hexagons, squares and circles. Absolute essentials. If you've missed out before on Mary Ellen's Best Press in the new Cherry Blossom fragrance, that is in stock too. This is a great day for tools. There's that Tula Pink, white on white, sateen backing. Absolutely love that one. Love that one. Great. Okay. Look at that. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. Right. The time has come. The time has come. It is time to launch Colours of the World Australia. So this is my brand new yarn collection with Stylecraft. Now, I designed the first Colours of the World range about 2.5 years ago, and it's taken me till now to create a second. I've done a few ranges in between, Walking in Nature Part 1 and 2 and Show Your Pride, but this is my second Colours of the World collection. And this is inspired by Australia. We're going to start off with the Mega Bundle, which comes in an exclusive Totes Amaze Balls exclusive bag. So you get that, and then inside your bag, you get all the good stuff. So to start off with, you get all 6 colourways. So they are Kalgoorlie Goldfields, Sacred Earth, Bondi Beach, Blue Mountains, Daintree Forest, and Great Barrier Reef. So these are all inspired by places that I've visited in Australia and places that really I think are iconic and also just provide an opportunity for amazing colour work. So you get all 6 balls. Now you also get a pack of 5 Knit Pro Zing double pointed needles, and these are in 2.5mm. So this is the perfect size for knitting socks in the round. All right, not something to be scared of at all. It is absolutely easy peasy to knit in the round, and I probably have time to show you how. So you get a set of Zing needles, they're my favourites. And then you also get this exclusive, and this is exclusive, printed pattern pack. Okay, so you've got loads of inspiration on there. You've also got general information about the range, all of my colour inspiration and about the places that inspired the yarns. And then you've also got a set of free patterns that are included. You've got the long socks. These are these ones right here. These are absolutely gorgeous, and they come right up to more or less your knee. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And the yarn is so soft and squishy. So you get those. You also get the foothold socks. So that's this one here, which is more of your sort of, it's not a vanilla sock because it has got some patterning in the rib throughout the foot. But this is in Kalgoorlie Goldfields. I always like to design ranges that can be worn by men and women, you know, that are non-gendered, so you can knit for anyone you like. Just funky, gorgeous, bright colours, just delicious. So you get that pattern too. You also get the baby cardigan pattern. That's this one right here on the mannequin. I'll just move it over slightly. So this is actually crocheted. So Colours of the World Australia looks really good crocheted as well as knitted, and that's quite hard to achieve in a self-patterning yarn, but because this works in sort of blocks of colour, I think it looks really cool and funky. Absolutely gorgeous little make, that, isn't it? And the photos, the model is super cute. Have you seen? Absolutely delightful. I think it looks like little Charlie. Gorgeous. And then you also get the pattern for the baby blanket. So I've got that here. This is done in Bondi Beach. So you've got all those gorgeous turquoise and aqua, those beach colours as well, the foam, the surf, all there. And again, that's crocheted and has that gorgeous edging. But of course, if that Bondi Beach was knitted up in a sock, then it would have this patternation. So you get the stripes, you get the colour blocking. So it depends how you use it. On something like crochet or on a blanket, the pattern is spread out more. And then, last of all, you get the shawl pattern, and the shawls are always super, super popular. This is done using one ball, and this is Sacred Earth. Fran's got in touch. She's already got her yarn. She's got Great Barrier Reef. Socks or a shawl, not sure yet. Oh, this is Great Barrier Reef. Going to look amazing in either. Absolutely amazing. Good choice, Fran. So this is Sacred Earth, and these, I just love these kind of lilacs and the burnt orange, that terracotta, that coral. Gorgeous. Now, Smoffy, hello, my darling, from West Midlands has got in touch. She says, I've got my bundle. No one should be afraid of double-pointed needles. It's my favourite way to knit socks, and the Zings are lovely to use. They're my go-to needles. Totally agree with you, Smoffy. I totally agree. If you've ever watched people knitting with double-pointed needles, it looks like some kind of wizardry. But in fact, 3 of the needles are just holding your stitches. You're only using 2 needles to knit, one with the stitches on and one to knit them off with. The rest are just hanging there. It's no different to knitting anything flat. The only difference is that you don't have to do any seams, you don't have to make up, stitch up, which, let's be honest, most of us dislike. So those are your 6 different colourways and your 6 different patterns that you get included in the pattern. And this is exclusive. This is the only way to get the pattern booklet is in this mega bundle. And you are getting a ball of each of the 6 colours, and you're getting your pattern sheet, and you're getting your Zing Knit Pro needles, and they are all housed in this gorgeous Totes Amazeball bag. Now, I often get asked, what is the composition? What is the wool actually made of? Is it wool? So it's 75% superwash wool. So beautiful, soft, squishy, gentle on your skin wool. And then it's 25% polyamide. Now that is a nylon that's spun into the yarn, and that's what gives the yarn its strength and durability. So even though wool is a strong fibre, the wear and tear that it would receive made into socks would wear it out far too fast if it was pure wool. So the 25% nylon or polyamide that's added gives it durability. I've got hand knitted socks that I made over 10 years ago that are still going strong. They wash beautifully. These are all machine washable yarns, so you do not have to hand wash. You can machine wash. You can machine wash all of these yarns. You can hand wash if you prefer. You can tumble dry on low. And they are absolutely just gorgeous, gorgeous yarns. And they're very, very soft and comfortable to wear. Which is my favourite colour? Well, goodness me, I don't think you should have favourites when it comes to your children. Do you? But, well, I'm very, very drawn to Sacred Earth. I love Sacred Earth. But then also I'm very drawn to Kalgoorlie Goldfields because I'm in autumn, dark and moody. I don't know. Look, why did I pick Australia? Let me tell you the story. So Charlie lived in Australia for about a year and a half when he was 21. And he told me many stories about it and always said to me, would I like to go? And I always said, no, not interested. You know, can't be bothered. Don't think it appeals to me at all. You know, I was judging that on basically Neighbours, I think. And not that there's anything wrong with Neighbours, but I just didn't fancy it. Anyway, in the end, he just booked for us to go, and that was that. So we were in Hong Kong, and then he said to me, we're going to Australia. So we flew on to Australia, and the minute my feet touched the ground, I fell in love with the country, and I've been in love with it ever since. And I've been back many, many times. It is such a unique place on Earth. It is like nowhere else, the flora, the fauna, the landscapes. And the one thing that I found most surprising about Australia was the diversity of the landscape, because I expected everywhere to be kind of dry, dusty, reddy brown and barren, and nothing could be further from the truth. There are parts of it which are lush rainforest. So for example, Daintree. So the Daintree forest is the largest rainforest in Australia. It's 12,000 square kilometres of rainforest, and it is absolutely incredible. It's you can go on boats in the water that go through the forest, and it is magical. It is in Queensland. And absolutely just extraordinary. I was not expecting to find rainforest in Australia. So there's all the different kind of cool greens, rich greens, the kind of coolness that you get under the canopy, and just being kind of immersed in emerald and it's jade, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So that is Daintree, and that's what it looks like knitting up. Then, complete contrast to that, Kalgoorlie Goldfields. So the Kalgoorlie Goldfield, the Great Pit, over in Western Australia, so right over the other side, really hot, dry, arid, kind of that sort of landscape you imagine when you think of Australia. Very gold and very red, and of course that streak of gold running through that promise of finding gold. I've never gone gold hunting in Australia, but I would love to spend a day or two out in the goldfields, panning for gold. I'd probably find that great big rock, wouldn't I? That'd be full of it. Anyway, next up, Bondi Beach. This is Bondi Beach. So I've never actually sat on Bondi Beach because it's quite small and it's very crowded. And there are other beaches that are, you know, but it's iconic. And Charlie and I did a fabulous walk from Bondi Golf Course to a place called Coogee, where they have an outdoor, like, sea-fed swimming pool. Amazing walk. And Bondi, of course, is that classic sun, sea, surf, sand, and all of those colours are represented in the yarn. This is how it looks crocheted, so it becomes more kind of colour blocks and almost strata-like, almost coastally, isn't it, when it's crocheted? But of course, knitted up, you would have those kind of more regular stripes. Sock yarn is 4-ply, by the way, so it's a 4-ply. Alida's asked, morning everyone, is the yarn double knit or 4-ply? So it's 4-ply. You can use, now when I'm making shawls out of sock yarn, I'll use a 3 or a 3.5 needle, so almost a double knit needle, and it still produces a gorgeous knit. It's lovely and bouncy and soft, you know. That's gorgeous. Lynn's got in touch from Gloucestershire. Morning all, Stuart. What size needles do you use for the shawl? Ah, you read my mind, or I read yours. Love the colours. Yeah, I would use about a 3.5. I've used a 4mm for the shawl as well. You know, you just get this kind of bouncier effect if you use a larger needle. So that's Bondi Beach. Next up, I have got Blue Mountains. So this is Blue Mountains, and that's what the baby cardigan's been knitted up. So the Blue Mountains are in New South Wales. And again, I wasn't expecting mountains, and they are covered in eucalyptus. Okay, and the eucalyptus that covers the mountains, obviously, you know, eucalyptus smell, and it has like an essential oil, which in the heat of the sun kind of evaporates from the leaves and creates this bluish haze. It's actually the volatile oils in the eucalyptus that create this bluish haze over the mountains. So it's not that the mountains are blue, it's the eucalyptus oil evaporating in the sun, and it's utterly magical. I went horseback riding in the Blue Mountains, and I was kind of galloping through the woodland, okay, and suddenly I heard this thump, thump, thump next to me, and I looked down, and my horse had been joined by a kangaroo who thought it would be fun, and I nearly fell off the horse because I was so like, what? This is amazing. And this kangaroo was just thump, thump, thump alongside for, I don't know, probably half a mile. It was so cool. It's one of the most magical experiences. But in there you've got, of course, those gorgeous blues, the sky, the haze, the lilac-y haze of the eucalyptus, and just that gorgeous freshness, and of course the sunlight that evaporates the oils. So that's Blue Mountains. Next up, we've got Great Barrier Reef. So again in Queensland, like the Daintree Forest. This is made up. So you've got these beautiful blues and turquoise of the sea. You've also got the gorgeous pinks. I mean, I wanted to try and capture a sense of the coral, the fish, but there's so many colours. So I just picked something that was really bright and beautiful, this gorgeous magenta. But then I had to include bands of white in this particular colourway. And I did that because, just as a reminder really of all that bleached coral, the dead coral that's in the Great Barrier Reef, and just that sort of reminder that it's beautiful, but it's fragile and it needs protecting. So just that little nod there. So that's Great Barrier Reef. And then last of all, Sacred Earth. So this is the one that was really inspired by that kind of red centre. You know, if you think of Australia like this, almost everybody lives on the coast around the outside. There's very little in the interior. Of course, the indigenous people, still many indigenous people in the centre, very sacred, very spiritual, And it is amazing, actually. You do what I think, whatever your beliefs are or not, there is something incredibly spiritual about being in the outback, under those massive skies, with just forever stretching out around you. And you've got to take your shoes and socks off if you're wearing them and feel your bare feet on the earth, because it's amazing. It feels the most ancient place, but also in many ways it feels like such a fresh, untouched place as well. So, gosh, amazing, amazing country. So this is the bundle where you get all 6 colourways. Whoa. Just snuggle them against me. You also get that gorgeous Totes Amaze Balls calico bag. You get the full exclusive pattern pack and inspiration pack as well, and the 2.5mm DPNs. Just the exclusive bundle there. Lynn says, you won't be disappointed. It's an amazing country. It really, really is amazing. Stella from Devon says, hi Stuart, I love the yarn colours. Can you crochet socks with it? Yes, you absolutely can, Stella. You absolutely can. You will get more of that colour block look. It depends if you're working in rounds. The patternation, the pattern of the colours will look different to knitted, but yes, you absolutely can crochet socks with them. Now, we're going to do individuals. Let's do individuals. We'll start. Most popular so far is Great Barrier Reef. This, I think, was Fran's choice, wasn't it? Great Barrier Reef. If you are making long socks like this, you'll need 2 balls. If you're knitting regular socks, 1 ball, absolutely plenty to make a pair of socks. Charlie's got size 12 feet, so big feet, and I can make a pair of socks. I can make a pair of socks using 1 ball for him. But if you want to make those longer socks, you will need 2 balls. Even if you've quite a small foot, so much of that yarn is actually in the leg. And this is a great pattern, actually, from Brown and Miskelly for these socks. I think if you want to get the pattern on its own, you can go to the Starcraft website and find the pattern. But of course, you do get the printed version in the mega bundle. So that is Great Barrier Reef. Incredible place. Quarter of the stock's already gone. Next up, this is this one, or this one. Sacred Earth. Sacred Earth. Sacred Earth is next. So this is the one that we've used to make the shawl. There we go, Sacred Earth. So again with this, you know, because you start off with a few stitches, you get deeper bands. Then as you increase and you've got more stitches, isn't this lovely done in moss stitch? Absolutely lovely. The strata start to get thinner, narrower, until at the end it becomes almost a kind of blended look. It's really clever how it works through. It is almost landscapey. And you've got that gorgeous little picot edge. Kate from Merseyside's got in touch to say, these yarns are absolutely lush. And you have described the inspiration beautifully. As always, Stuart, very hard to choose. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, grab yourself one of each. Have the whole set. I would also blend different colours together. So, for example, Kalgoorlie and Bondi Beach go really nice together because there's lots of bronzes, lots of golds, and then that little bit of turquoise in there will just bring everything to life. That would look really lovely. You could also blend, these look very good together as well. They would knit beautifully. The golden shades actually blend really well with the others. You can mix and match. Right, next up, we're going to do Bondi Beach. So that is this one right here. So this is those gorgeous golds and tan and turquoise, light and dark turquoise. And on the side of the band, you can just see there how the yarn knits up. So on every ball band, there's a little photograph to show how the colour knits up. Don't forget, if you want a free pattern for a basic sock, you can go to the Stylecraft website. They call it the vanilla sock. And it's easy to knit. If you've never knitted socks before, it's a great one. There are tutorial videos as well. Sock knitting is fun. It is very addictive. Collector from East Riding asked, does one ball make a pair of socks? That's Trish in Yorkshire. 100% yes, it does. So one ball of yarn will make a pair of kind of regular length socks. I make them in up to a size 12 for Charlie, and there's a bit left over for, you know, keeping. I always keep a little bit of yarn left over in case you do ever need to do a repair. Sometimes socks get snagged, but they will make a full pair. I can get a pair of mid-calf men's size 10 socks and a matching pair of fingerless gloves by adding a contrast solid colour for the cuffs, heels and toes. That's from Smoffy. That's such a good point, actually. It's true. So if you do buy something like, you know, just a plain sock yarn, a 4-ply sock yarn for the toes, the cuffs, the heel, you can get 2 pairs of socks out of one ball. Or if you want long leg ones, you can, absolutely. Or mix and match. So, for example, you might use this for the body of the sock, and then you might use something else for the toe and heel and have a bit of contrast there. That would be yummy. So Bondi Beach then, details are on screen, £7.95 for 100 grams. A technical question, morning, this yarn knits up beautifully, but in order to make a matching pair, you need to start at the same colour. So how long is the colour repeat? That's from Carol in Cambridgeshire. Oh, that's a very good question. I can't tell you in terms of the number of metres, but if you have a look here, you can see it is that. That is the repeat. Yeah. So if you were unless you were making like a size 11 or 12, then you've got plenty of yarn in one ball to unravel to get to the next colour repeat to start at the same point. You couldn't do it for a size 12 or possibly an 11 because you really do need the whole ball. But I would say for any other size, all you've got to do is when you cast on, wherever you cast on, make it somewhere really obvious. So, for example, say this grey-blue section here like we have. So cast on with that, knit your first sock, and then when you come to cast on the second sock, again, unravel till you get to that slate blue, cast on, and you'll have 2 matching socks. Now, personally, I like non-matching pairs because they do match anyway. They just don't necessarily start in the same place. But yeah, you can do either. So that's Bondi Beach. Oh, this one here, this is Kalgoorlie Goldfields. Should we do that one next? This is Kalgoorlie. So, and I'm also completely obsessed with Aussie Gold Hunters, the TV show. I love it. And Aussie Opal Hunters. I love them both. Because, as well, what's matching socks, says Smuffy? Well, exactly, Smuffy. What's that all about? You can buy them, can't you? But I think both shows really epitomise the Aussie spirit, which is that sort of undaunted, unfair. It's such an extreme country. The weather, their heat, the challenges, the distances, you know, everything is challenging. The terrain, the animals. We have had that message already from Kate. It's all right. These yarns are absolutely lush. I can read that out all day. But yeah, you know, and that is the Australian personality, I think. That sort of give everything a go, turn your hand to everything, and a kind of, oh, well, we'll just give it a go. Charlie's hilarious because he's only got to be in Australia for about 20 minutes. Literally, by the time he's left the airport, his accent has changed from Yorkshire to Australian, and he starts saying, "Good day" to people, "Good day." It's so cute. Now, Jill sent a message earlier on. Oh, okay, right, okay, I'll read it out. I love a spell check. Good morning. I'm starting my sick making journey. Stop it. I'm starting my sock making journey. My son's feet are 13 and 14. Difficult to buy. So the patterns accommodate these sizes. Well, yes, they do, Jill, because absolutely. Now, you might want to buy 2 balls per pair because obviously a size 13, 14, much longer foot, and you will want a longer leg. So I would actually go for 2 balls of perhaps the same colour to make for a 13 or 14. So the thing is, you really, on terms of the length, you just knit more rows before you start decreasing for the toes. So that's not an issue. For the leg, again, you can knit more rows for the leg. And also, the vast majority of sock patterns will come in 2 or usually 3 different sizes. So go for the larger size and potentially knit extra rows in the leg and in the foot, because I mean anybody who's ever knitted a sock has put it on their feet while it's still on the needles to try it for size. So you can absolutely do that and check the length and check the size. So enjoy, have fun with that. I worked with a cameraman years ago that had size 17 feet. Size 17 feet, and he had to get his shoes specially made. Doc Martens made him shoes. That's Kalgoorlie for all you Aussie gold hunters. And then, oh, another message. Okay, I'll read it out. Let me see. Show me the message. Oh, your computer's broken. Well, that's no good. Oh, there we go. An Australian told us you have to eat your sandwich quick before the flies land on the mines. I don't get the last bit, but yeah, I get that, Christine. It's a little bit trying to eat fish and chips in Whitby, isn't it? You've really got to be quick and careful. No, it does make sense. Excuse me. Do you know the one thing that people always say to me about Australia if they don't go, if they've never been, is, oh no, oh the spiders, oh the snake. I mean, I've never ever seen a spider, ever. And I've seen a spider in this country. My house is full of them. But I've never seen a snake. I saw one snake and it was dead on a golf course. And I've been, I think, 7 times to Australia, and those are the only time that's it. So, you know, it's not, I mean, I suppose if you're right out in the outback, maybe you'd perhaps want to check the Denny. Oh, Hilary says I should work for the Australian Tourist Board. I paint an amazing picture. Oh, thank you. Okay, sure. Okay. Having a few computer issues at the moment. The website's fine, isn't it? The apps are fine. Everything's fine for you. It's just Hannah Producer's own personal computer has just gone haywire and crashed. It's gone down under. So today I am launching my brand new yarn collection for Stylecraft. It's called Colours of the World Australia, and yes, the tagline is stripe up your life. I went there. Colours of the world, stripe up your life. This is 3 colours knitted up as socks, and this is the kind of self patterning that you get. So you don't have to do anything other than knit. The patterns just appear. And this is great. If you ever knit in front of people that don't knit, they are completely mesmerised watching this yarn being knitted. Now, if you want to get all 6 colours, there is a very, very special and exclusive bundle that you can get your hands on. I'll show it you now. You get the tote bag, Totes Amaze Balls from Stylecraft, and then inside you get one of each colour. So you've got, I'll get them out of the bag. You get, oh, hello. You get Bondi Beach, which is all those gorgeous blues and sandy colours. you get Great Barrier Reef, you get Kalgoorlie Goldfields, Bondi Beach. Oh, I said Bondi Beach. That's Blue Mountains. Sorry, Blue Mountains, Great Barrier Reef, Kalgoorlie Goldfields, Bondi Beach, Daintree Forest, and Sacred Earth. And I really wanted to try and capture some of my favourite places in Australia, some of the most iconic landscapes, some of the most beautiful colours that I've seen, and some of the surprises. I expected Australia to be dry, dusty and fairly orange everywhere, and it isn't. It's so luscious. There's rainforest, there's mountains, there's eucalyptus forests. Yes, there's beach, there's outback, but even in the outback, you know, it's that contrast of the terracotta, that red earth, and then the sky above it looks purple against it. It's just absolutely incredible. It takes your breath away. And it's such a, oh, goodness me, such a spiritual place and such a wild place, a place of contrast. It's an extreme country, you know, and lots of the flora and the fauna, the plants and the animals that you see are unique. You know, some of the flowers, they're so extraordinary. Things like kangaroo paw, which is a flower. You know, amazing. You don't see it anywhere else. Lots of the animals you don't see anywhere else. One time, Charlie and I were we were driving from Port Macquarie, which is in New South Wales, gorgeous little town. And we were driving up to Brisbane over Easter weekend. And we had stopped off in a place called Lismore. And we went walking, and there was like a sort of nature reserve. And we had read in our guidebook that if you went there, I'm quoting directly now, if you went there at dusk, you could often see platypuses frolicking in the river or on the bank. So we thought, frolicking? Platypuses? We're so there. So we made the trek and we walked and walked. Anyway, we got to the water. It was dusk. There were no platypi, or whatever you call them, platypuses. But it was still very lovely. Anyway, the sun sets incredibly quickly in Australia, and it can be dusk one minute and pitch black the next. Anyway, you guessed it. Next minute, it was pitch black. And we then had to walk through all this really dense sort of woodland in the dark. And we were about halfway through, and there were the slightest chinks of light. It was so dark. And then we stopped, and then we looked up into the tree canopy, and all we could see was hundreds of pairs of eyes watching us, all looking down at us. And the trees were absolutely full of fruit bats and wallabies and you name it. All these little glinting eyes, and we were just like, okay, let's get out of here, run. So, a couple of poms getting freaked out, all these little glinting eyes, but yeah, great fun, great fun. Oh, Wendy's just messaged in. Can we share the message? Yeah. Oh, Stuart, will you stop it? We love Australia, but never likely to be able to go again now. We have done the walk from Bondi to Cook. Bliss, such memories. Oh, Wendy. Now, it is a trek, isn't it? I know it's a big trek, but we've got cousins who live in, well, just outskirts of Melbourne. And they had got to a stage where they're like, we're not flying anymore. But what they did was they actually came by boat. And I mean, yes, it takes weeks, but they had just a gorgeous time basically cruising from Australia to Britain. And then they cruised back again. And it was relaxed and chilled. But yeah, I get it. It's a long way to go, isn't it? One thing that Charlie and I are planning for when we retire is we want to spend 6 months traveling to Australia. So we're just going to walk, get the bus, get the train, do a little flight, and just stay literally and you know, kind of just mosey across Europe and Asia, and we'll probably swim the last bit. Fairly good on my breaststroke. Lynn says, I love Australia. We have visited family there 5 times. Sadly, we saw some of that family off at the airport yesterday after a visit to the UK. But Lynn, cheer yourself up. Start planning trip number 6 to Australia. Yeah. Oh, but that's nice. Jill says we went for a brief visit to Sydney on our way to New Zealand, but needed to see more. So we're going back in March to most of the places you have mentioned. That is ace, Jill. Gorgeous. Joy says, morning, Stuart. Love your wool. Joy from Peterborough. Oh, that deserves a kiss. Thank you, Joy. It is, if you hear the word real wool and go, ooh, no, scratchy, hard, no, don't like it, you've got to try head over heels yarn from Stylecraft. These sock yarns are so soft, squishy and beautiful. In something like a baby blanket, this is absolutely sumptuous. In fact, Jay's our camera operator. You're not a knitter, are you, Jay?
No, but my mum is.
Come and have just a little squish of this yarn. I just want a non-knitter's opinion on, is this kind of scratchy, rough, not very nice? Bit of a loaded question.
I would say soft. I think I'd love to wear it because it's like flowy and it's snug. You know?
Yes.
That kind of feeling.
Snugly soft,
And
you'd love to
light,
wear it.
yeah.
And light.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
like
good
that.
point, actually. Thanks, Jay.
No worries.
Correct answer. Got the job. No, but it is. And it is lovely for things like baby blankets because the 4-ply, it's soft, it's light, you know, it's still snuggly. Love the yarn, Stuart. Very true. It washes well, wears well. It's warm in winter, cool in summer. Lovely to knit with. And so cheerful, Patsy. You're an absolute angel. Thank you, my love. Thank you. It is super and machine washes beautifully. Vicky from Wiltshire says, just joined, knitted my first pair of socks earlier this year and addicted. Oh, I know. What is the name of the purple yarn the sock is made of? This one right here, this is Great Barrier Reef. We will put the details up on screen. Thank you, Hannah. It's $7.95 for 1 ball. Now, 1 ball of yarn will make 1 pair of socks, your sort of standard sock, yeah? Even up to a size 12 foot, okay? But if you want to make long socks like this, even if you're a smaller foot size, you will need 2 balls because most of that yarn goes in the length of the leg. But how gorgeous are they? Now, if you are a smaller size, like a size 2, a size 3, like Lynch's, I use all my leftover yarn from Stuart's socks and make a pair for myself using the scraps. I call them my oddball socks. They are unique. I love that idea, Lynn. That is brilliant. Your Franken socks. Yeah, Franken socks. I love them. I love them. Some people do make blankets out of their leftover sock yarn as well. But if you make a size 2 or a 3 or a 4, you might have enough to make yourself something like fingerless mitts or a little beanie hat. Free patterns on Stylecraft. Hi, Stuart. What a fabulous show. I've got my wool, although I have loads of your yarn. I love your stories. Thank you, Sue from Tamworth. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Great Barrier Reef is limited stock. It is limited stock. Right, I haven't mentioned Blue Mountains on its own. We have Blue Mountains on its own. This is I'm going to grab this little cardigan down. So obviously knitted up as a sock, it's going to have the same pattern as this. Stripes, checkerboard, you know, beautiful. But crocheted for a baby cardigan or something like that, it's going to have more of sort of almost strata, layers. I think it has a landscapey look to it. Crochets beautifully, super light, super soft. And I think, you know, I like babies' wear and children's wear, which is sort of non-traditional. Do you know what I mean? I know the like newborn baby, the kind of white, the pale pink, the pale lemon, is very sweet, it's very pretty. But for everyday wear, I think these colours look absolutely great. They're a bit different, aren't they? So that is the cardigan. There's also a matching baby blanket, which again you can make from one ball. I'm saying it's one ball. I'm just going to check. I don't want to tell you. No, it's 2 balls. It's 2 balls. This is Bondi Beach. This is Bondi Beach. Isn't that lovely? That's 2 balls. And that is a little comforter, isn't it? That would go over a crib or in a pram. And it's hard wearing because it's wool, 75% superwash, machine washable wool, okay? Light, hypoallergenic, but you've also got the 25% nylon, the polyamide, which makes it strong, sturdy, but still really, really soft. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous to make that. And that really is landscapey, isn't it? I think that's gorgeous. Now, of course, if you wanted to make yourself a cardigan, or, you know, if you were doing knitwear, oh, sorry, wrong way. How cool would that be to make something like a tank top or a cardigan or something like that? Oh, do you know, now I've done that, now I have to make it. But can you imagine? I tell you, Yvonne McAtamney from Village Fabrics used New Mexico, which was one of the colourways from the original Colours of the World, to make herself a cardigan. She knits beautifully. And what Yvonne did was, she did the sleeve, normal, sleeves is normal, the right and left fronts. She matched her yarn, so the pattern was the same. And then the back, now the back, too many stitches to keep the pattern right. So what she did was she divided the back with a centre back seam. She knitted 2 panels with the ribbing along the bottom, and then she joined the 2 with mattress stitching. You could barely see the join. So she made a whole adult cardigan using sock yarn, and the pattern stayed true from the socks. Genius, absolute genius. Yeah, really clever. Really clever. But that, I mean, you could knit it or crochet it either way. This is crocheted, but that is cool, isn't it? I like it best like that. Right, one more yarn on its own. Which yarn on its own? Daintree, the Daintree Forest. This is Daintree Forest. So again, this is one of those colourways that I wanted to do because I always like to do ones that are easy choices if you're knitting for a man or male members of the family. Because I like my bright colours, but not everybody does. So this is more subtle, lots of lovely different shades of green. The Daintree Forest is the largest rainforest in Australia, 12,000 square kilometres of rainforest. Absolutely unique, luscious, in Queensland. And you can go on tours, like river tours through the rainforest. It is amazing. One ball makes 1 pair of socks, up to about a size 12, or you can make yourself a shawl, hat, scarf, gloves. Now, don't forget, you can get a bundle of all 6 colourways. So 1 of each. You also get an exclusive pattern pack. This has all of the stories and the inspiration from me for the colours, plus your general knitting information, and then you've got patterns for the long socks from Brona Miskelly. You've got the regular foothold socks from Helen Kurtz. You've got the baby cardigan, which is crocheted. You've got the baby blanket, which is also crocheted, and then you've also got the moss stitch shawl. Absolutely beautiful patterns, plus a set of Knit Pro Zing double pointed needles in size 2.5mm. This is the right size for sock knitting, and I love Zing needles. They're aluminium, they're light, and they warm up in your hands. They feel so comfortable. Over half the stock of the bundle has gone. Remember, you do get everything housed in a gorgeous, exclusive Starcraft tote bag as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much, everyone who has bought Colours of the World Australia. I hope you stripe up your life. Now, our early bird today, I just want to mention one last time, is the fabulous cutting set from Hemline. So you get an amazing selection of scissors and thread snips. So you get 3 pairs of scissors, should be $13.99. You're paying $5.99, less than half price, £1.49 per item. You get a large pair of scissors that are bent so that you can run the handle along the table. You get your embroidery scissors, you get your micro-tipped snips, and you also get a pair of thread snips. Absolutely amazing value for under £6. It's today's mega early bird. Awesome. All right, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, I'm joined by Debbi Moore and Bella for an amazing hour, first hour, with some beautiful, beautiful fairies. It's summer. The Summer Fairies are here. I'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there. It's wonderful to have your company today here on Sewing Street. Now, I don't know whether it feels like summer's begun or not, but it is officially summer.
It is officially
Debbi
summer.
Moore.
It is.
It is officially summer. Welcome
Hello.
back.
Mwah.
So good to have your company.
And you.
And Bella too. Hey, Bella.
Hi.
Great to see you again.
Hi.
And you have brought summer with you. In fact, not just summer, but the Summer Fairies.
Yes.
And the Beach Fairies.
Beach Fairies.
We are launching them right here, right now. This is exciting.
It is, it is. I can't believe, I think next month we've been here a year.
That's amazing, because we have actually we're coming full circle now, because we have seen winter fairies, autumn fairies, spring, and now we are summer.
I've been asked for this a
We're
lot.
completing the sets.
Exactly. So
And lots of you have been
excited.
shopping ahead to get your summer fairy panels. We've got so much to show.
Oh, yes.
Let's launch straight in. Now, you have brought in such an innovative new panel, the postcards.
Yes.
Everybody wants these. These are so beautiful. So how many different images do you get here of the
30.
postcards? 30. They are an absolutely gorgeous size as well. Approximately about 4 inches by 6.
I think so. We've
Something
actually
like that.
increased the section in between, because we've learnt about having the extra bit to actually
That bit of
go in.
seam allowance.
Seam allowance. And then on this one, what we've done extra is we're giving you some applique items that you can add on the
Yes,
side.
I love these. So you've got some ladybirds, butterflies, some little framed prints. I love the little heart. I want to use that and make a little bag charm out of that. Just fused to felt and little stitching, few beads, really cute, or a key ring. You get so much on the panel. I'm just going to lay it down so we can
Yes.
have a look at some of the images. Just incredible, the diversity of images and all the beautiful colours as well. I love this one with the red frame,
So
Debbie.
what we've done on this one is literally every different rectangle is different. You've got obviously the same similar fairies, but you've got them in different colorways, different backgrounds on there. We have actually put in there from the red to even sticking on the moon and everything like that.
Do you know, one of the things I'd like to use these for would be to make scented sachets.
Oh, that's a good idea,
So
isn't
you could
it?
have a little hanger on them, so that you could hang them off in the wardrobe or on hangers.
Yes.
But also you could put kind of like poly beads and dried lavender in and put them in drawers.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
Just to, you know, to scent them. That's a different way of using them.
I mean, when you go through it, because what we've tried to do on here is give you variety.
There's loads of
And
variety.
there's loads, you know, different colorways. We've got groups in there. We've got them in different stances. We've even got them on the moon.
Oh, this one here, this is so wedding-y,
It is,
isn't it? It's so wedding-y, I think.
So because of the colour tones, and this is what we
Yes.
wanted to give you. So on the actual postcards, it's something that we normally do. Although we stick with the colour range in the themes, on the postcards we like to give you more choices.
Yeah. Well, Debbi Moore gives you more
Exactly.
every time. This is fab. So many different creative ways. What about using them with some piecing in a quilt border? What about having frames around them, or attic window frames around each print, and having them made up into a quilt?
The other thing that we've done it
because obviously we're learning on our sewing journey, Bella and I, is we like doing quick quilting, and we're doing some quick quilting cushion. We call them conservatory cushions, the large ones. So these could actually, you could cut a section out and make the cushions on
That would be super. Oh, another thing I do with these is I would use now you've got some ribbon panels coming up. I would make rectangular log cabin blocks. So cut out one of the postcards and use it as the center of your log cabin. Add a strip, add a strip, a strip, a strip, and build up the sides, light on one side, darker on the other, and then put those together in a quilt.
I mean, there's so much on here. And as I said, we've done from evening to the day, and we thought backgrounds. We even actually done it so you've got extra accessories on the side that you can use with these elements, and the new panels coming up.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. I could imagine making journal covers, book jackets.
Yes.
I mean, my mind is absolutely racing.
I mean, there's so much on there that you can do. So this is, I think this is the third one we've actually done on the postcards.
It's a brilliant
lovely
idea.
viewer actually named it because we had it 30.
Oh.
We actually called it, I think originally, 30 rectangles.
Okay,
And so we said, it looks like postcards. You should call it a postcard panel. So we did. So thank you for that.
Oh, now this is a gorgeous feature panel featuring 4 different fairies. Absolutely gorgeous. I've got 2 different feature panels. This is the first. The second one is beach fairies. These are your garden fairies.
So yes, so these are the garden fairies, obviously summer. And what we've tried to do is we've gone with the pinks and the lilacs, as well as that lovely green.
It's gorgeous.
And these are the detail that we call it faux metal. So we've given you the option to make it look like real metal.
Beautiful. I really love this one up here with the dandelion clocks. This one right here. It's so soft and gentle. Have a look at the detail in these images. It is unparalleled. Fine detail. This is what you get with digital printing.
It is. So when because I designed this panel, when I was designing it, I wanted it to look like they were in front and then she was blowing them, and you can see them all in the background.
It is just absolutely beautiful. And an amazing price, $9.99 for 4 large panels. And I love they're quite grown-up colours as well, aren't they?
They are. I mean, the colour palette that we've actually chosen for this one, obviously the beach is coming up, but for this one we went for the soft pinks and lilacs.
Yeah.
Because you and John both told me that lilacs are the ones to focus on.
Well, love purples, love lilacs, purples.
They do.
These images, by the way, from sort of including that solid frame, 13.5 inches square. So 4 of those. The image in the centre, 9 3/4 square. So really good sizes, each of these. So that's the garden fairies. Let's show you the beach fairies. Oh, these are going to be popular.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Look at these. Look at these.
So obviously this one has got 2 different fairies. So when I was designing this panel, what I wanted to do is give you choice of having more variety on the backgrounds. And, you know, on the beach you've got shells, and on here you can just about see the sea in the background.
That is lovely. That is really lovely. And I love the shells. I love the sort of, it's almost that sort of washed colourway, isn't it?
Yes. And what we've done is, when we were designing it, we wanted the fairy to be bright and the background more subtle.
Soft and gentle. Yeah, it's really, really lovely. And the colourways, it's so sophisticated. $9.99 for 4 different images. I think that's amazing value. Absolutely amazing value. So many different panels to share with you today.
I know. I mean, look, this is the one ending in 09. The 40 squares.
Love these. Really, really popular. So these are brand new today. These are your summer fairies. These are the summer garden fairies. Lots of daisies, lots of soft summer flowers and florals. Love those greens too.
They're lovely. And what I've done, if we can put it down, you'll be able to see we've given you a new type of fabric pattern that I've done. So where before you used to having it with a feature in, we've done it as just this, like a little garden. So we've started to do that. So then you can actually add detail. So you're learning, were you teaching me about adding beads and different detail in? So you've got that option. Now you get 40 squares, 2 of each.
Gorgeous. You see that, for me, I would use that perhaps as a quilt label. So you could write or sew the recipient's name or the name of the quilt. You could also hoop the fabric and machine embroider maybe something like an initial or a pair of initials, something like that.
I mean, one of the things that I love about this is obviously a lot of people use it for quilts, but one of our designers made it as a little jacket. She actually used this as a jacket.
It's so gorgeous. It's right here. I can bring it over onto the table or into. So that's this. I mean, how adorable is this?
So that's the panels there. And because she's done the 2 sides, okay, and then this is from the 40 squares.
That is magic. Absolutely magic. And look at the little
So Jenny made
collar.
this one, and even the inside lining of the jacket.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Can you imagine making this for your granddaughter? Running around in the sunshine when it eventually comes.
When eventually
It'll
comes.
happen, Debbie. It'll happen.
But I mean, this is the thing about it. We like to show that there is so much choice with these designs.
Yeah.
Yes, you can make, we've got some lovely bags and quilts coming up, but you can, I mean, this is way above me. I'm starting with the cushions and the quilts.
You've got something for everyone here.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much on here.
Quarter of the stock is
wow.
already gone on this one. Absolutely fab. Now, we've got 5-inch squares
you're
in
gonna
Beach
love
Fairies.
yes.
Oh, I already am.
I have got, when I was designing this panel, I wanted to go with vibrant colours,
Yep.
but then have a water effect. Look at the wood.
Oh, that is stunning. That is absolutely stunning. Perfect.
Isn't it lovely?
Perfect. Yeah.
Because
it's
when I did the
gorgeous.
research, I was like, is it okay to put that kind of feel on fabric?
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm just going to do it.
Yeah.
So
it's
that's what we
absolutely
did.
Beautiful.
And then, you know, the shells, we're giving you the shells of the seahorses, but then we've given you this lovely pattern, which has gone on the other new variety packs coming up. So we have now, as we're learning to sew, we are now learning to design. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It absolutely makes sense. You know, it's developing, but also at such a pace.
Yes.
I can't believe it's only been a year. Now, just while we've got that out, I wanted to just recap the feature panel with the Beach Fairies, because can you imagine using these two together?
Look at that.
Yeah. So there's your 5-inch squares, and then you've got those wonderful feature panels. So I perhaps would cut these out and then border with the small squares going
Yes.
around them, and then maybe pick out some of these solids from our range of solids at Sewing Street, just to do one final frame and then join those blocks together.
Well, actually, we've got a new panel coming up, the blender variety, and that was designed exactly for that.
perfect.
Because I think it was you that mentioned that we need to do bigger
Yeah.
squares.
Yeah.
And so we've done that in
Great.
this next one coming up.
Amazing. So cool. Well, let's do the beach blenders next. I will keep the Beach
I think
Fairies
it's on
handy.
your side, 91 and 38.
Yep, 91 and 38. Yep, let's do 91
So
first.
this one is a big...
So this is what you call the blender panel.
This one is the blender, yes.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Just come this way a tiny bit for me. That is incredible. So you've got your images along
Yes.
the top of your Beach
So
Fairies.
it's extra ones and different fairies as well. So what we've done, and then what I've tried to do is bring in some accents as well.
Yeah.
And these are the different sizes. Now we do have a variety. This is the blender, but we also have a variety which is different. So if you bought the 4 panels, can you imagine the quilt, the beach quilt that you could do with that?
It's Absolutely stunning, Debbie. Really beautiful. Really beautiful. This driftwood is blowing my mind. Half the stock's in baskets already. We've only just shown it. Look at that driftwood. And mixed with the shells as well.
I know. So if you
Stunning.
buy the variety panel, it's different.
Yeah.
I've made sure that if you bought the same together, you can mix and match.
Perfect. I love that. Lovely message. Good morning, Stuart, Debbie, and Bella. Love Debbie's designs and the beach. Fabulous. Cheered me up as I'm off sick with a bad back.
Oh,
Sunny
bless
today
you.
here. That's from Jane in North Yorkshire. Oh, well, sorry about your back, but enjoy the sunshine.
Yes.
Half the stock of this panel
Oh, my
has
goodness.
gone. If you want the beach blender panel, it is $17.99. It is flying out. Let's just have a closer look and see what you get. So it's lovely because you get a bit of everything, don't
Yeah,
you?
I try to design now. As I said, as we're sewing, we're learning. Where I have to be honest, the first time we did it, we'd only done a little bit of sewing.
Sure.
So it was like, maybe that goes, that goes, that goes. And
You
then
were very honest about that. I remember we did your first show and you're like, I'm not a sewer, but you know,
I'm still not.
you nagged me. I've put the designs on fabric. Now what am I going to do with
yeah,
them?
Stuart's been asking me to do this for about 5 years.
More, 8.
Really? Is it
It's
8?
about 8 years.
Yeah, I suppose Debbi Moore Designs is now 15 years.
Yeah,
So yes,
yeah.
so. But no, and so obviously we're now, as I said, 11 months on, and we feel that we are growing as a designer
Massively.
and also as a
sewers,
sewer.
yeah.
And you know, Bella's more ahead in the journey. My life's a bit manic, as a lot of you know. I'm in France and I'm renovating a chateau, and it's a bit crazy.
Yeah.
So, but I'm designing a whole chateau range. It's really
Amazing.
which you'll see later on in the year.
I love this one with the starfish on.
So
I love
this
the
one,
texture.
I wanted it to look like it was the water waves.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So yes, so there is another one, which is a variety. This is a blender.
Yep. Wow, less
Wow.
than 20 left that are up for grabs, I'm afraid. Now I've got the Summer Fairy blender
Oh,
as well.
yes.
Let's have a look
So
at that.
this one, exactly the same. Okay, in the fact that we did, this one actually, it's different to the other variety, but this is all fabric designs, not actually designs. Look at that.
Again, absolutely stunning. You see, this is the kind of thing you literally, it's like a patchwork quilt, isn't it? That's already printed on a panel. You've just got loads of different gorgeous images, so much choice.
And I've tried to give on this one different colours to the variety when you get to see it, because I, you know, from a crafter point of view,
Oh,
I
the
love to have
strips.
different choices. So yes, so this
Yes.
is something that we've started to do. So that's the 40.
I'm just going to grab the feature panel
Oh,
for a second,
yes.
because look, I'm thinking, so this is your feature panel. So you've got your 4 images.
Yeah.
And then all you need are the perfect blenders. And that is the perfect combination,
Yes.
isn't it? Amazing. Less than £30 for everything.
And then if you throw in the actual variety pack, you'll get much more in
Yeah.
there as well. And that's why we brought them out.
Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool.
So
Let me see.
59.
You've got that.
Number is it? I've got it.
07.
Oh my goodness. It's like one of those games trying to find the numbers.
Yeah.
You are going to love this one.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
So this one,
Wow.
Nicola made a takeaway beach bag. That's at the front.
That is lovely.
And she used these and quilted them. So then she used the actual sides as well to do the access.
It's stunning. Absolutely stunning.
So
It
you will
really
see
is.
new designs that
Yep.
are not in there as well. And what we've done is thrown in extra colour palettes in there of the navy.
Love the musical notes. What's the song?
I don't know.
You hum it, I'll play it.
It's a vintage paper. It's the same
Oh,
with
I
this
do
one.
like to be beside the seaside.
Well, you've got postcards.
That
and
one
shells.
I love. That is
Yes.
amazing.
Well, it's bigger on the blender.
Okay, I just want them all now. I just want them all. But the good news is that actually to buy all of the why haven't we got a mega bundle
It is
of
my
all
it's
of
my
the,
next thing.
of all of the 4 panels that all go together?
I think we should in future.
Because it's so affordable, and you get so many stunning images. And actually, if you're a bit time poor, or you're only just beginning in your sewing and quilting journey, having these feature panels, these pictures that have so much impact, they don't require a lot of sewing,
No.
and you get an amazing finished quilt or bag or cushions.
So this one is
So
the
cool.
blender. So this is the one that has, okay, all the fairies along the
Yep.
top, and then all the extra designs in the
Yes.
strips, and I've done the thicker strips on this one.
Yes.
So this is the actual blender.
Jennifer, the Gen Genie, has got in touch from Bristol to say, oh, stuff it, I'm just going to buy all the beach panels because I work hard and deserve the treat. Yes, you do.
You will, and you can do so much, you know, from what Nicola's done now. We've got loads of things coming up, and they can't get them anywhere. It's
Well,
exclusive.
the thing is that it is exclusive, and I'm just thinking as well, like you said, you know, you can just make a little set, you know, and it is that sort of, you know, sunglass case, little bag, you know, a little book jacket, a beach bag, a couple of cushions, maybe a little
Yes.
quilt, and they've got everything.
Exactly.
They've got everything for the
So
beach.
there is actually 4 panels if you want it. So you've got, 3 panels. You've got this one, which is the variety panel. Then you've got the blender. And then you've got the 40 squares.
Love these.
And then if you wanted, you've even got the feature panels.
Yes.
So they are a set.
Oh, these are amazing. We haven't seen these yet, have we?
Not
the
close.
40 squares.
Not close.
Oh, wow.
And there is that full, and you will notice a little seahorse.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Half the stock of these 40 squares has gone already. Isn't it lovely? So beautiful. So beautiful.
So from the beach, we're now going to the summer garden.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Yes.
so are we hanging, which way you want to do it? This way first?
Just went head over heels. Oh, yeah, lovely.
So this is the variety. So you've got the ribbon strips along the
Love
on
the
edge,
ribbons.
and then
Love
we've got
the
extra
ribbons.
on there. So you'll note these will actually go the same thing. We have a blender, and we have also have the feature.
Yeah. Gorgeous, gorgeous range of colours. And of course, if you do want to just add a neutral, just a solid white or a white on white with that, absolutely lovely, so delicate. I would also maybe use something like some beautiful white lace.
Yes.
If I was doing a
that would look
cushion or a little
lovely.
dress, add some white lace. It's got that lovely, pretty, soft, frothy look, hasn't it?
So I think this is the one that Jenny did and I have to say thank you, Jenny. Yes, she did at the bottom there the dress. So the dress in the
is
middle
amazing.
is using the lovely variety panels along the top. She did the skirt edging, and then this was the centre. So she used this section to do the centre of the dress.
Gorgeous.
So it's showing you what you can do with it.
It is amazing. It is so varied. Amanda's got in touch to say, morning, I'm in Harrogate for a wedding today.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. Luckily, the hotel room has Sewing Street on their TV.
Brilliant.
That's what I like. That's what I like.
Right. Now, I thought at the beach,
Yes,
as well as a beach quilt and a beach bag, you need a beach cushion.
for sure. For sure. You've got to be comfortable.
And look,
Oh, how lovely is that?
and we do have a
How
finishing
lovely.
sample.
And look at this fabric at the end. This is my favourite one. This one right here. That is so kind of complex, isn't it? Layered. And then the wood effect.
Yes. And then the fairy, and then what we've done, we've started to do this, is give you the turn-in option and then finish off a lovely edging. So Nicola
Oh, lovely.
has done that. So it just
Yeah.
finishes off the bottom.
Really does.
And there it is.
Yeah.
So you're comfy on the beach.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And then she's also on, or we're going to look at the next one, we've quilted the fairy. So, you know, this is the beauty about them. There's so much options with it.
Yeah. That's ever so clever. And if you're making maybe a quilt for the bed, then to have a matching cushion, it's just the perfect combination, isn't it?
So 118 is the fairy for the summer. Oh, look. We have got, it's beautiful. We've called her Daisy. And then you have got the edging, and it's just at the
that's
front. It's
lovely.
just at the front there.
Look at that. So pretty. And like you said, this edging on the back
Finishes it off.
is just, oh, it's so pretty. What a gorgeous finish.
So we've started to do that. I think the last 3 months we've started to do that.
Yeah. Stunning.
And then the cushions, we should have another 16.
16,
So
yep.
16. So this is the one
Want the
that
other one?
Nicola did the edging. So yet
Stunning.
again, different designs, and I just think that's come out so lovely.
Yeah, really lovely.
And then what we've got is she's done it on here. So you can see, I don't know if you can see, she's actually quilted. Nicola's quilted. I'll put that bit
Yeah.
flat. There we go. So you can, so Nicola's just gone round the wings and
Yeah.
quilted it.
Just round the outside.
Yes, just round the outside to give it a bit 3D. And I think they've come out really well.
Yeah.
And yet again, you have got that lovely, you've got 3 lots of choices for. So from that one to this one, you can see that you can mix and match. And we've added the teals and the blues on all of them.
Yeah. Absolutely stunning.
So we've now got some tote bags.
Yes.
Bags.
One more cushion.
Oh, 69
ending
first.
69. 65.
65 at the top.
Yep.
Okay, so that one
Yeah,
is
lovely.
there. We ran out of cushions. We stuffed it with fabric. There we go. So you have got, she's beautiful.
Absolutely
And then it
gorgeous,
finishes
yeah.
it off beautifully. So this one here has got that lovely green, and then we've got the daisies.
And of course, I always say, you know, it's a serving suggestion.
Yes.
You could use this to make a cushion,
Oh,
but
yeah.
equally you could use it to make all kinds of other things. Could be the centre of a quilt, couldn't it? This could be a centre panel, and then you could build up frames around it, pieced and plain, to create a gorgeous wall hanging.
Exactly. I mean, I think on one of the last shows, we took a cushion, the centerpiece, and then built up all the different layers. And this is the thing, you know, you give it the option, but the cushions, to me, it was the first thing I ever did.
Yeah.
You know, my husband didn't believe me, but I actually did my
Sure.
first
Yeah,
20
yeah,
minutes
it's
to
a
make a
great
cushion,
first
everybody.
project.
So you're buying a gift for somebody that doesn't sew. A cushion is a great starting
It is
point.
a great start. It's a great start. And I always think adding a bit of padding behind them, a bit of H640 or wadding, is a really good idea. Right, next up, we're back to the
Yes,
coast. This
back
is the
to the beach.
tote bag. Now, this is a big panel.
Big panel.
You get full instructions printed on the panel. You do not have to buy any separate instructions. They're all printed.
Your favourite
Oh, that's
design.
amazing.
So Nicola's actually made a sample showing how you can actually make 4 bags out of this.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So you can actually make 1 luxurious bag. I think Bella's going to demo this in a second. And then if you want to make it stretch more, because we give you extras, I'll show you what she's done. So here is the first one. So using the lining
Yep.
as a back,
Yep.
and then
Love that.
using one of the fronts, there's
Yeah.
1 bag. And then for the inside, just using a plain
Yep.
cream.
Use a calico,
Okay.
plain cream.
That was one. And then with the other side, using the lining again, made a smaller bag because obviously not make it square. And then there's the
Oh, I
other
like
one.
that with the boxed corners.
Yeah, with the box corners.
And then a bit of webbing for the handles on this one.
And then she's done the same with that other one. This is a pocket.
That's just the pocket.
Yes.
And then using a bit of the lining fabric for the back.
And then, although Nicola started this off, Bella has used, to give you variety, I can never remember the name of this,
Mostly in our form.
Yes, and using the extra fabric on it that you got in there, she's made some handles.
Great.
And then on the back, she's just used your plain blue,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cloud blue.
Yeah, perfect.
4 bags.
4 bags from one panel.
Or you can make one big luxurious one.
Yeah, it's really cool. Let's just show the panel one more time. There is so many beautiful images on this panel. But again, maybe you'll use this to create an amazing wall hanging. Amazing. Really cool. That would be just so lovely if you happen to live by the coast, if you're lucky enough to live by the coast. You could make a gorgeous little kind of coastal wall
Yes,
hanging.
you could, couldn't you? So obviously that's the beach, and then we thought summer garden is the next one.
Yep.
And what we've got here is the panel for the summer garden.
Wow, so same idea.
Same idea, and over behind you, Stuart, that one hanging up,
Yep.
that's it, done. But what we've designed it as is a reversible. So yes, you've got it that way, so you can make a most luxurious high-end bag with us.
So two-sided.
But the way it's been designed, it's so you can turn it round
Oh, that's stunning.
and make a 2-in-1.
Yeah, with another pocket as well.
Yeah.
That is really cool. So
And then
pretty.
with the leftover bit,
No
so
way.
Nicola-
So even making it this style, you've got enough to make a second small
yes,
bag.
because you get 2 of those little, you can
Yeah.
see, look, at the
It's
bottom
amazing.
there.
Yeah, yeah. That's amazing. You're getting so much value there for less than £20.
Yes.
Amazing value. Oh, Debbie.
I know.
It's overwhelming. We need a break.
Yes.
Bella, it is over to you. What can you show us?
Well, I wanted to show you making this beautiful beach tote bag, but there's things that I learned when I was, so the tote bag was probably the second thing I did after the cushion making. And they're very, very straightforward to do. They're definitely the sort of thing that you can do as a beginner project. And what I was going to show you was when I put the pocket on, an easy way to make sure that you line everything up, because you
Great.
don't really want to be measuring. I
No,
don't.
me
Who
neither.
wants to be measuring?
Right.
So I've made the pocket panel with one on the back, one on the front, but I decided I wanted it this way round. And all I did was sewed around it, turned it inside out. But the easy way I found to actually make sure that I line up the middle was to fold it in half and then to fold the lining. So the lining is made up of your main base piece, and then you have what I didn't know, this is the facing bit at the top. So you add this bit, and that just means once you've got your folded line, you then line up the 2 middles, and then you can pin it into position.
Great.
Obviously, whatever height you want depends on your preference. And I think I might need my glasses on now to see where the crease is.
Right, serious business when the glasses
Serious
go on.
business when the glasses go on. So sometimes I will actually put a pin in so that I can easily see.
Yeah.
Put it in when it's straight would be handy. So that we make sure we line it up. And then at the top as well. And then that way I can actually make sure I line them up easily. But it's things like that that save you time, because when I'm sewing, I just want it to be quite a quick
Yeah, sure.
process.
And also as well, I always think when it starts getting to measure, maths, don't really want to do
Yes.
that.
Yes. And I think the thing with when you're working with maths things, there's the possibility that it can go wrong.
Right.
Whereas when you're doing it by lining things up,
Yeah,
I think
folding it in
it's
half.
Folding it in half,
Right.
what could be easier.
Yeah, it's a great tip.
And the other thing I learned when I was doing this is actually, I know it sounds really obvious, but when I was taught to sew, I used to put the pins going that way, like facing down. Whereas actually I found it easier to do them this way because then it's easier to pull them out
As you go.
as you go. But these are things that people don't necessarily tell you. You have to find out yourself.
I think back in the day, you know, you were taught one way, maybe by your mum, maybe by the sewing teacher at school, and it was presented as this is the way to do it.
Yes.
And the difference as an adult is you learn from each other and you learn lots of different methods.
Yes. And you know, I've learnt an awful lot from watching Sewing Street.
Well, everyone's got their own way of doing it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
No, I sit and have my breakfast sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's my thing, is I sit and I have my breakfast. So the other thing I do is I don't put pins across the top, because otherwise when I'm sewing, I get carried away and sew across the top of the pocket. So
That sounds very familiar.
yes. And the other thing is, when I start doing something, I always mark where I'm going to have the turning gap straight away, even before I've pinned them together, because otherwise I forget.
Yep, for
I
sure.
get so carried away that actually...
So you're sewing on your pocket now.
Yes, so I just sew down the edge, and I actually keep it quite fine.
Yeah.
Although
Sandy's
obviously...
messaging for you, my love. She says, oh my goodness, love, love, love. Got mine and loads of beaches. And I do live by the seaside. Sandy in Cornwall, you lucky thing.
These are gorgeous, because actually it's not just beaches, but actually a lot of people have like a sea theme in their bathroom.
Yes, for sure.
And that's quite nice. You can have all these sort of sea... you can make bath bags. There's a lot of things where you have the... oops, I'm not going to go too far. I've not given myself a lot of room. I normally give myself a bit more room.
So you're sewing really, really close to the edge.
I am, just because I quite fancied it, having it like that. But I don't actually sew this until I sew it into position. So where I've turned it through, I don't sew it together.
So you've left a turning gap in the bottom of the pocket.
Yes.
And that's what you're closing now as you
as I sew it
to
together.
the bag. That's a great tip.
So for two reasons. One is it saves time, and actually I think it looks neater.
Yes, agreed.
You know, because you're not doing a double row of stitching.
Yeah.
And also my hand stitching, it really isn't that amazing. So actually, although I've done this quite close to the edge, I wouldn't necessarily normally do it that close to the edge, except if I was doing the straps.
How do I want to do this on live TV?
Yes.
I'm going to do it as hard as I can, right by the edge.
That's exactly what I thought, yes.
But it's beautiful top stitching. It's really good.
Well, I've got straighter as I've got. The more I do it, the straighter I get.
Interesting.
And I think that's one of the things. The more you do sewing, if you're a beginner, just keep going, because that's all I've done.
It's so true.
You know,
it's so true. I mean, you and Debbie really are on a journey, aren't you?
Absolutely.
And it's so cool to watch how things are changing and adapting.
Yes, and I love coming up with new things. Where's my scissors gone?
Just to your...
Oh, I'll use.
Oh, you're small.
Sorry, yes. I love learning new things, because we see new things and we design accordingly as well. So we're designing for our capability. So honestly, if we can do it, then so can you. That's the easy thing.
Great attitude. I love that. So let's just try this pocket for size.
Yeah, plenty big enough.
Gorgeous. Yes, plenty big enough. For your
big
novel,
enough.
for the beach.
Absolutely. Good book.
Did anyone guess what the book was, by the way? It's The Historian. It's an absolutely brilliant...
Yes.
You haven't read it yet?
I haven't read it yet.
Such
No,
a
I'm
good book.
going to take it away on holiday. So I mark my turning gap with bright red pins, because otherwise I forget. With two, no less.
About a
because-
4-inch gap.
Yes, just enough to turn it through. And obviously we could put a lining like a bosal or a wadding in here, but actually I'm going to keep it fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
And then face to face, and just then pin it together, line up the side seams. As I say, this is a really straightforward project. It couldn't be easier. It's almost as easy as doing the cushion. I'm sorry, I'm going to move this, because otherwise I can't quite reach. And I've already pre-prepped the outside of the bag, because the way to do it is to put the right sides of the bags together when you sew across the top. I've already done my handles, which is a case of sewing them, folding them, sewing them, and then I've pinned them into position so that I'm ready to go. But all the instructions are on the panel. And I just think the fabric. The pattern is gorgeous, and the weight of the fabric as well. It's really easy. There's no slipping when it goes in the machine.
Easy to sew.
Very, very easy to sew. If you're thinking of getting into sewing, which some people say,
Which
oh,
I am, Bella.
Yes.
I'm considering it.
Are you?
Yeah.
But sometimes we speak to people and they say, oh, I'd really love to be able to sew.
Yeah.
Well, have a go, because
That's right.
you don't know what you can do. I couldn't really do this kind of thing at all until we started designing for the fabric.
Right.
So, you know, it's very much learning as we go, and making sure that we do things that work really well and that are suitable for everybody. So having put those in, then I just make sure I put double through. Oops. I do have to put double.
I was going to say, put 2, otherwise you will forget. I do it all the time, Bella.
I do it
all the time.
I get so cross.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm so familiar now with my unpicker.
Yeah.
You know, my mum said to me the other day, do you have an unpicker? I'm like, oh,
yeah.
yes.
Oh yeah. It's really worn out.
Yes.
I know. It's that sort of, it's that friend that tells you the honest truth about things, isn't it? You sort of, you love them, but you don't really. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like, But yeah, it is essential.
Yes. And I think it's one of those things that once you get used to the idea of there is going to be some unpicking at some point, you know. So I'm going to give myself a bit more room this time. And I'm going to go this way and then go back round the other way.
I gotcha.
Yeah. Just again, because I'm going to be difficult. Oh, now my thread's come out. Sorry.
Little rethread. Don't forget to get your, especially the beach fairies, they are absolutely flying out on those little beachy wings. Just gorgeous. Oh my goodness, half the stock's gone, brand new today. I'm not surprised, I absolutely love this.
They are beautiful, beautiful images. And I think what's really nice about them is they're not just images for children.
No, they're
you
not.
know. And I'm a huge fairy fan.
Yeah, me too.
You know.
Me too. I mean, Bella, wouldn't these be gorgeous done if you like mixed media?
I love mixed media, and one of the things I really want to do is have a go with sewing with beads and embroidery, and
shells.
Yes.
You know, there's little drilled shells that you can get to sew those on.
Yes.
As well.
There's so many different things you can do, and I love mixed media with fabric. I have got so many books with textured fabric projects.
Yeah.
You know.
You know what I might be inclined to do? I might be inclined to get some cork fabric and mix it with this, because I think the combination of cork plus the beach fairies in a gorgeous, maybe a different kind of maybe wide-based bag, cork on the bottom, and then have the beach fairies above. Ooh. Yes. I just had to grab this panel as well. These are the Garden Fairies postcards. Been super popular, brand new again, $14.99. And I know so many of you have been waiting for the Summer Fairies to arrive. I've been waiting for a long time for summer to arrive, Debbi Moore. But I'm still waiting.
We're all waiting.
But at least the Summer Fairies are here. And this time with all of these gorgeous appliques, little flowers, little bugs and butterflies.
I think what's
Amazing
really nice
value,
about those is
$14.99.
each one could be a project in its own right.
Every single one.
You know, you could do 30 different projects. With
Every
that,
single
you know,
one.
or you could just do one. It's
Yeah, you
your
could.
choice. So it's the versatility as much as anything.
It's true. It would be a really fun thing actually to challenge yourself to see just what you could make with one panel.
I'm going to do that.
Do it.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll do a postcard, we'll do a book covering, we'll do,
like a real postcard that you can post.
Yes, a real postcard that you can
Love
post.
those.
So yeah, that's what I'm going to do next time. Debbie will say to me, "You haven't got enough time to do all
I was
this
going to say, you haven't got
sewing."
enough to do, have you? Give yourself an extra challenge.
Yes. I'm terrible now because
Then can you send it to me from France when you've made a postcard?
Coming over to France.
Gorgeous.
Yes,
when am
very
I coming
soon.
over to France?
When we have more rooms.
Oh, fair enough, okay. Because I need a whole floor.
Yes, we have a whole floor. We have 4 of them.
Excellent, I'm there.
So once I've done that and I've taken out my pins, I can.
We've got a gap,
select my
everyone. Today's a good
corners.
day.
What do you mean? Gap,
'Cause you
turning
remember,
gap.
yeah. I always say that to
It's a good
myself.
day.
If I remember, it's a good day.
The thing is, I get so annoyed with myself when I forget. And
Yeah,
I
but we
say
just
to Debbie, I've forgotten again.
We just get excited. It's natural. You're a proper sewer.
Well, you're a part of the club then.
Yeah, you
So,
really are.
That's how it looks,
That looks gorgeous.
like that. So that's turned out the other way.
Can I just say, I know this is wrong, but this is too pretty to be a lining.
Yes. I know, isn't it beautiful?
I know it's your
really
lining,
beautiful.
but this is a bag in itself.
Yes.
Do you know what I might do with that? I might have that as you could have that as a pyjama and slipper bag.
Yes.
Because you could drawstring the top,
Yes.
right, and slippers in there,
Yes.
and PJs in there, a little drawstring
Yeah.
when you're staying at Nana's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it can be things like, I'm going to have to turn it around the other way now because I just remembered I've got to put it back in.
Yeah, but we had to have a look.
I had to have a look. But all those things that you do when you go away, when you travel, when you're using someone else's bathroom, when
Yes.
you're, all of those things. So once you've done your inside and your outside, all you then need to do is put one inside the other so that you've got right sides facing. And because I've pinned my handles into position already.
Do you know, two-person job,
Okay.
I put my
perfect.
hands in like this.
Yes, I've got to make sure I don't.
You open yours.
Okay,
And then I just
here we
go
go.
straight in.
It's a bit like when you used to do the duvet covers. Do you
That's
remember?
it. Oh yeah. Well, I can do a king-size duvet on my own. I've got it
Oh, can
absolutely.
you?
I've got it absolutely sussed. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's like a superpower.
Yes, yes. 'Cause the thing I used to hate was putting the duvet in.
There it is.
Right, so once I've done that, all then I do is line up these top seams. And I know we're going to run out of time, but you can see how it's coming together very quickly, actually, because when I literally cut this out last night.
Yeah, it's a quick, easy project.
It's a very quick, easy project. If
So
you want to
last
do
step for
something-
finishing this would just be...
So all I would do would be line everything up, sew around the top, turn it back out, and then top stitch across the top. That is it.
That is it.
I mean, I reckon that's possibly about half an hour's work,
Agreed.
and then it's done.
Yeah, absolutely
So,
brilliant.
yeah.
Fantastic demo.
No,
thank you, Bella.
Thank you.
Got to go and spend some time with Debbie now. Let's start by recapping the panel that Bella's been using. What a stunner this is.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Stunning, absolutely stunning.
And the versatility we showed you earlier that Nicola made 4 bags out of it. Bella was putting it all together, but you still have all that extra spare elements there.
Yes. It is fantastic. $19.99 for all of that. Absolutely stunning. And instructions as well, of course, are included. Now, Beach Fairies 5-inch squares, 40 of them.
40 of them.
Love the fact as well that you have kept those main images away from the seam allowances.
Yes.
So that if we are cutting these up, we're not sacrificing the top of a fairy's
So
head.
that's something that we learned from the first time.
Absolutely.
So we've actually tried to make sure that we're doing that from now on.
Yeah, yeah.
And you'll notice that across all the collections. So you're going to get 40 different designs, 20 different designs, 2 of each. And the contrast in navies and aquas,
Yeah.
they're just beautiful.
They are absolutely stunning. Fewer than 20 available. I love those kind of sandy golds and teals. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Now let's grab the next one out. This is the feature panel featuring 4 beautiful summer beach fairies.
Aren't they gorgeous?
They are.
So I've taken the teal as the main colour and then brought in the blues. But then I've used this, I work with Pantone colours.
Pantone, yeah.
Yes. So what I tend to do is I choose the Pantone first, and then as I'm designing the collection, I make sure that all the contrasting colours has that Pantone.
Gorgeous.
So you'll notice that this will match the cushion. This will match every single panel throughout. And that's something
So
that we've
everything
just...
marries up.
But that's something we've just learned the last 4 months. when designing fabric, because then when we actually doing the samples, we think, oh, I wish that was that little shade darker.
Sure, yeah.
And so,
So have you got one of the sets of Pantone
yeah.
Oh, they're so expensive,
They're very
Debbie.
expensive.
Charlie and I looked into buying a set and we were like, how much? For cards with colour?
yes.
Eye-watering, but so essential
Very
if you're going to
essential.
get everything coordinated. You don't need to worry about that.
I know.
Because it's all been done for you.
Look at this one. This is the blender.
This is that if you buy one thing today, it should be nice cat. You're on my rounders team. When we have a tournament at the chateau,
well, that's a
you're
good
on
idea.
my team. Absolutely. But get this, if you buy one thing today, get this, because you've got a bit of everything. You've got focal images.
Yes.
You have got
The
enough
large
fabric
ones.
for those larger pieces. You've got your strips as well. You've got a bit of everything there.
And they're all different. I made sure that every single one of them was different. So if you bought 2 of these panels, you've got enough to starting the quilt.
Really, really stunning. Really stunning. What about making a couple of little like drawstring bags or a little backpack if you're going on holiday? You know, kids love being responsible for their own things, don't they?
Yes,
You can carry all your own
definitely.
things if you've got a special bag for it.
I mean, there's so much you can do with it, and this is what we've done it. So yet again, this is the variety panel.
Yeah.
So this has got
other
the
20.
main features, but then we've got more squares, and the squares are a little bit different than the other blenders.
Yeah.
So we made sure if you bought the blender variety and the variety panel, you would work together.
You've still got different images on
Yes.
both. Again, if you're only buying one thing today from Debbie's range, it could be that, it could be this. I just think both of those panels give so much variety, so much inspiration.
59. So 59 is the one that we actually did with the cushions.
This is the cushion panel.
So
Again,
who doesn't
so
want
lovely.
a beach cushion? I know, I want
Yes.
a beach cushion.
But also, it's a serving suggestion. You
It
might be
is.
thinking, I want to do something totally different.
So yeah.
$14.99. Nicola from Essex. Hi, Debbie, Bella and Stuart. I loved making these samples and I definitely need a holiday now, so I might have to borrow back my beach mat bag. Thank you, Nicola.
Yes. She made those with one of the variety ones right at the front there.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. Ah, yeah, sunglasses, flip-flops, towel at the ready.
Yes, yes,
Hope
yes.
there's some good sunblock in there as
Oh, yes,
well.
there is. So
then the other
then we
cushion
have
panel.
the other cushion panel. And this is the one that Nicola did the quilting.
Yeah.
And that's this one at the front here, and we'll show you later on. But, you know, yet again, they are different colour palettes that you've
Yeah.
got. So you've got that lovely edging. Look at that. There you
And
go.
again, it's just those beautiful kind of soft blues, the lilac-y blues almost. That wood
Grey.
is just incredible.
And
Absolutely beautiful. Is it the garden postcards?
yes,
I left
yes.
them over here. Thanks, Bella. Thank you. I knew we were going to need those. If you've been spending the entire hour, by the way, admiring this amazing quilt hanging behind me, this is coming up at 11 o'clock. This is an amazing quilt by Bella.
Yes, yes.
So cool. So these are the postcards.
So these are the Summer Fairies postcards, 30 different ones, and then you've actually got some lovely applique on the end there.
And can I say as well, Debbie, I've just noticed that actually some of these panels, some of these appliques would go so well
Yes.
with the strawberries and champagne, which is coming
Yes.
up at 11. So there's even opportunities to
to work
cross-pollinate.
together. Well, actually, when we have a look at the next show, Jenny's actually used some of the vintage rose with the Summer Fairies.
Yeah,
So it's showing you how to work with everything.
they do. They work together so well. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. There aren't strawberries on this panel, but I was seeing toadstools and seeing those sort of same red and white. Don't eat those. They're not strawberries.
No, and then we've got some tulips in there as well.
Don't eat those
No,
either.
don't, no.
But they are red. There are red things, and some things that are red are edible, and some things that are red are not.
I'm learning all about gardening.
You know, it's like a rosy apple and a London bus. They're both red, but you can only eat one of them. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is all the beach and the postcards.
Love it.
And then we're going on to the Summer Fairies.
We are. 09. 5-inch squares.
Yes. They're gorgeous. These are the ones that are 20 designs,
Yes.
2 of each.
Always so inspiring. Love some of the changes you've made. So, for example, we now get squares
Yes.
that are like a soft background with this kind of open space.
So we've done these. So yes, you've got what we call the additions to the main designs. But then what we've started to do is bring these almost kind of scene on its own.
Right.
So you've got that. And then yet again, we've started to put this seam allowance to get, so you don't lose any of the main feature.
Right.
So you're going to get 20 of these twice, so you get 40 squares in total.
Such beautiful soft pastel colours as well. And even though these are 5-inch squares, no single detail has been sacrificed.
No.
The printing is such high quality.
Yes.
Even on these very detailed images, you get everything's crystal clear. It's
Yes.
amazing.
So you get all the detail in the faces and the skin and even the actual jewellery that they're wearing. Everything's on there. And even when I've designed this square itself, you can actually see that I've actually made things come to the front and things come to the back.
Yes.
So that gives you the option to write in there if you want to,
Yeah.
or use it as an accent.
Lovely.
So that is how we've now started designing. We're growing as designers, but
very
we've done
cool.
that through sewing.
This one here, look at this one. I'll just bring this down a second. I absolutely love this frame here. I just want to hoop that, embroider something here, maybe an initial or a little dedication, a special date maybe.
That's a good idea. And then put it in put it in some like you said, lavender bags.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. Really lovely. Now the feature panel ends 02, that's right here. So this again are our summer garden fairies. So you get 4 different images.
So this is the feature panel. Okay, so this is 4 different images, and what we've done is the lilacs, purples with hints of pinks and the lovely green. And this is something new that we've just started to do, is bring in it looks like a metal. It's a faux finish that we've started to put in.
It's really clever, really clever. Just in terms of size-wise, 13.5 inches square from, you know, kind of coloured border to coloured border. And then the internal image, 9 3/4 inches square, which means that if you need, say, a 12.5 inch block, a 12-inch finished, you've got sort of cutting extra fabric all the way around.
Yes, and that's what we've done. We've literally redesigned this last month, actually.
Mm-hmm. Really clever. Ending 78. Okay. Hannah's been a nightmare today. Is it just me?
We need to make the numbers bigger.
Make that woman a cup of coffee now. Oh.
So this is the variety blender. So this is all purely
Just hold
pattern.
this one up for a second. This is so lovely. I want that patchwork quilt. It's so kind of
Yes.
soft and gel. This grandma's quilt, isn't
Lovely,
it?
isn't it?
Beautiful.
And then obviously this is the variety blender, and then we've got a variety panel that is different. Because I wanted you to have both of them that you can put together.
Gorgeous. I know you could buy 2 of these.
Yes.
But there are times when I would really like that double. Like a massive panel.
Are you asking me to do a bigger
almost.
panel now?
I'm just saying, Debbie. I feel like
Have
I
you
can just,
noticed that?
I feel like I can just put my orders in every month when you're here.
But have you ever had these? My grandfather used to say to me, Debbie, you're not really listening to me. And I was like, no, I'm not. But we actually listen to what you
No,
and
you really
Scott
do.
And then we're like, right, we need to do
Well,
that
this
next
is why
month.
I keep on asking for things, Debbie, because you're actually one of the few people in my life that listens to me when I ask for something. I'm just saying. No, but like just once in a while, wouldn't we love, just once in a while,
Okay.
almost a printed quilt that was
Okay.
double the size, do you know what I mean? That you could literally just
Quick.
quilt and then bind.
Okay.
And it's got this sort of faux patchwork. Not even blocks particularly, but small squares, big squares, you know, different things. So you could cut it.
It might take me a
one.
couple of months to sort that one out for you.
Why? What else are you doing?
Well, there is something big happening next month, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Christmas?
Yes.
Do you know, I was watching Hobby Maker this morning. I don't know if I can bring myself.
I'm doing Christmas later on this afternoon. I've got penguins this afternoon.
Stop it. Stop it now. We want Summer Fairies. We do not want to know about the big man in the red suit.
I know.
We're so
Well,
ready.
go with Summer.
Let's
Summer
go with
Fairies,
Summer.
variety panel, beautiful,
Yeah,
and everything
Crimbo
goes
Free
together.
Zone.
And so what you'll find is if you get the feature panels, if you get the cushions, if you get this one, all these are different sizes. I made sure they're not the same
Great,
size.
great.
And so then you've got variety of images. So if you wanted to do a huge quilt with all the different features, you've got the options.
Yeah, you can just cut them apart, sew them together in big sections, and just lay them out on the floor and, you know, trim and add borders where you need to bring everything up to the size that you need.
Yes.
Ending 6/4.
This
So
is the
this is a
big
big
tote
one.
bag,
This
yes.
is the tote bag. Again, a serving suggestion, so many things you can do.
So, I mean, look at the
This
size
is
of this
lovely.
thing. Yes.
This is lovely. The artwork, can I just acknowledge the artwork is phenomenal.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
So I'm doing a good job.
I mean, I'm just in awe. I wouldn't know where to start, Debbie. I wouldn't know where to start.
The thing is, we are blessed that we've been going 15 years, and so it's just sat there.
Yeah,
In the crafting world, we've had to move on.
yeah.
So, but for the sewing world, we have 15 years of designs.
Right, exactly. That we've
Exactly.
never seen before.
No, you haven't.
It's such a treat. It's such a treat. Absolutely gorgeous. So everything there to make one absolutely luxurious bag, or four, which are still utterly luxurious, but with the elements split apart, which I think is such a smart way of doing it. And you know, it's far too pretty for a lining. Next
I know,
up,
but I have to have a nice lining as well.
of course.
So this, obviously, we have the Summer Fairies, and I can just imagine these in the conservatory. You got two different, so we brought two different scenes. Obviously, that one's behind you.
Yep.
And yet again, you've got that lovely edging that you've got behind. And
Yep.
then the other one is at the front when we come to it.
So we can do a pair of cushions,
Yes.
but different images. You don't just have to
Yes.
buy two of the same. Also, really lovely on a bed to have a couple of lovely, pretty cushions.
Very true.
Yeah, because as well, if you don't have the time to make a quilt for a bed, do a couple of lovely quilted cushions and maybe something like one of the variety panels where you can maybe just make a runner for over the end of the bed. That on top of maybe just plain white bedding.
Oh, that would look
So
lovely, wouldn't it?
pretty. So pretty.
So, yeah,
So here's the other one.
This is the other one. So obviously you've got similar backgrounds, but that was the main feature, and we've kept with this that lovely gilding behind it. It's just the one at the front there that you can see. And all you need to do, as I said, it's easy. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
Lovely, lovely. Now we're going to finish where we started. Postcards from the Edge.
Yes, yes. And it goes with everything that you've
does.
seen with the Summer Fairies. And if you've bought any of the previous fairies, because we've done the seasons now. So in the last 9 months, we have gone through all the seasons, and this is it where we are now. And you'll find that you will be able to mix and match if you have anything left of the previous one.
But with 30 of these postcard images, and I remember we used to do a lot of fabric postcards. There was a real
Yes.
phase in the 90s where we were all making fabric postcards. Bring them back. Let's do them again. There's a whole generation who have not done fabric postcards, but equally use these to make lavender sachets and
Yes.
scented bags, make cushions out of them, keep 16 of them together or 12 of them together, quilt it and make up into a cushion. The artwork is stunning.
And the other thing is we've done them this size because they fit in a little corner of a quilt.
Yes, perfect for in
Look
your
at
borders.
me, what I'm learning.
You're proper quilter.
No,
now.
I am not.
Debbie, you are.
I am not. It's going to be a while.
It's all
but we're
about
loving the
attitude.
journey.
Yeah.
The journey, we're loving it. We're learning every time. We think, oh, we can do that this time. And then we make things up and think, is that going to work? And
Well,
then
Debbie, I think quilting takes you on a journey that no vehicle can. Don't
I
you?
love that.
Isn't that?
That is brilliant.
Our director, Ollie, shared that thought with me
He
this
did,
morning.
honestly. It is amazing. But
It
true,
is.
it is so true. And if you sat there thinking, I don't do sewing, go for it. Bella and I are really exactly that. We
Yeah.
hadn't got a clue. We still don't know what we're doing, but we're having fun.
Debbie, Bella, we are all loving the journey that you're on and that you're taking us on. It's absolutely fantastic. Now, there is loads of talk online about this fabulous quilt that's hanging behind me. Bella, you done good. This is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. The construction of it, this really cool corner piecing, how amazing. But it folds up into a little carry quilt that you can take to the park, sit under a tree, read your book, take it to the beach, school sports day,
Yes.
waterproof backing. You've
Picnic
literally
quilt.
Thought of everything.
Picnic at the chateau.
So this is going to be in your next hour at 11 o'clock. Bella's going to be showing us how.
Well, not the whole thing. Can I just say?
Bella, come on. When you said quick quilting, I thought...
There's none. There's no quick quilting here.
This is proper
all. This
quilting.
is yes.
This is the real McCoy.
The real McCoy.
Love it. Oh, we love it when you pair her on. Absolutely brilliant. All right, we will see you in less than an hour.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere, will you? And you don't go anywhere. I'll see you after the break for a quick 50 minutes of some amazing tools and must-haves for your sewing stash. See you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
It is so good to have your company today. This hour I've got some tools, and you know, when I was looking at everything that we have got some absolute stonkers in this hour, some absolute must-haves. So be ready. We're going to start. We've got rotating cutting mats. This is the 18-inch square rotating cutting mat, and I've already separated the two. Now, it comes in 2 halves. Don't be alarmed, you haven't broken it. This goes over the top. You pull these 4 locks out. This is now locked into place. This black surface is a non-slip surface. So if you've used regular reversible cutting mats, you'll know that they slip and slide all around the table. I am putting my not inconsiderable weight behind this, and if you can see any movement, it's the desk that's wobbling, right? Not the mat, okay? It is absolutely firm. So you can use it like that, but unlock it, and now that mat will rotate through 360 degrees, which means that when we're straightening one side and then we need to turn so we can cut the other, it is easy to do. We're not having to move the fabric around as we go, okay? Which is essential, because once you've cut a lovely straight edge, Jay, would you just pass me just the small 12.5 by 6.5 ruler? That's the one. Thanks ever so much. So when you do your cutting, if you're cutting some strips, you're going to straighten up on one side, okay? And then normally you'd have to start picking up the mat and turn. All I've got to do is swivel the mat around, and I am now ready to start cutting my strips. And even if I had to cut out something like a square, let's do a 3.5-inch square, or some squares, I can now turn my mat, I can square up one end, turn my mat, and then I can cut from there my 3.5-inch squares. And if I need to cut on the diagonal or mark on the diagonal, it's as easy as that. It's so quick and simple with a rotating cutting mat, and so much more accurate. You can't move the fabric. As soon as you move the fabric, you've lost that straight edge. So just brilliant. Now, the Deputy Joan, thought she had every piece of equipment she could ever possibly need until she saw rotating cutting mats, got herself one, and it's been an absolute game changer for her. And of course, as you know, Joan is somebody who's probably got 40, 50 years quilting experience, more maybe, but still able to get benefit from a new innovative product. If you haven't tried one, absolutely game changer. Now, this is the large one. This is 18 inches square, which means that if you're handling larger pieces of fabric, fat quarters, half meters, meterage, this is going to give you the scope, this is going to give you the size of mat in order to do it. It also means as well, of course, if you're, say, squaring up large pieces of fabric, perhaps for block backgrounds, you can cut all 4 sides without having to move your fabric at all. Real game changer. And if you're cutting something like small templates, like for example, I've got the hexagon templates here from Quilted Bear, again, super easy. In fact, let's grab these out. So these are back in stock. They come in a storage bag. But also, this is so well done. Look, you have got these laser cut templates, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different sizes of hexagon. Each one of them has got holes drilled at all of the match points. So if you want to do hand or machine piecing, you can mark with a pen those match points, so from dot to dot. So what I'm going to do, actually, is just take... Let me just... He says... I want to just separate this. Can I give that to you, Jay? Do you mind just... Do you do that for me? We'll just get that separated apart. Thank you ever so much. I've also got a set of squares. The circles have already sold out. The squares are just back in stock as well. So again, you get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different sizes of square. And size-wise on the squares, you get a 3-inch, 2.5, 2, 1 3/4, 1.5, 1 1/4, 1 3/4. Thank you very much, Jay. Right. So did that just unscrew? Yeah. That's just me being not very good at doing things, generally. I'm just not very good at anything like that. So I'm just going to take that set apart for a second. Have you seen the cute little decal that you get, the little bear? Now, you know me, I love a bear. I do love a bear, I do. And that is absolutely so cool. Now, let me grab a piece of fabric. And I want to illustrate why having a rotating cutting mat is essential for a job like this. Now, 1/4 of the hexagon templates have already gone, so if you want this to be quick. So, what I'm going to do is, the only really safe way to cut is away from yourself. At a little bit of an angle is okay, that's fine. So if I lay this down here, I'm going to make best use of my fabric. So I've already got one side lined up. So I'm going to cut here, and I'm going to cut here, but I'm definitely not doing this. I'm just going to turn my work. And do you see how nothing's moving there? It's all just staying put because the template is kind of heavy and stays in place, and turning the mat rather than the fabric means that nothing gets disturbed. So the only thing left to do now is to just use a marking tool, either a pencil, a chalk pencil, something like that. Mark your dots on your hexagon, and there is that perfectly cut hexagon. How cool is that? Now, what you could do there is, let me just show you. So if you do English paper piecing, you could use the next size down, i.e. this one, to cut out heavy paper. Okay, and again, you might have a rotary cutter that you just use for paper and paper piecing. Cut out your paper with that, and you could probably layer up 4 layers of paper and cut them in one go. And then you've got your template that you can then obviously fold the fabric around and glue it down. Now, you could also use this to make things like hexagonal bowls. So, for example, you could cut out fabric plus, plus a smaller one in Decoville. Fuse the Decoville to your fabric, fold the edges in, make a second lining set, and then basically sew 2 bowls and then put one inside the other and whip stitch around the top. And actually what's really nice to put around the top as you're whip stitching is a piece of decorative cord all the way around the top of the bowl. And then you'd have this gorgeous hexagonal bowl that would be absolutely beautiful. So many lovely things you can do with these templates. You do get 8 different sizes, and I will just show you the different sizes that you get. So I think whether you want to make patchwork quilts or bags, borders, over half the stock's gone, by the way. Just give you a little, little rundown of sizes. You get 3/4, 1 inch. This is the length of the side, by the way. 3/4, 1 inch, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 3/4, 2, 2 1/2, and 3. That's amazing. For £10.99. Are you kidding? It could be £10.99 for one, could it not? It could be £10.99 for one, quite easily. They were on once on air and sold out completely. It's taken 3 months to get them back into stock. So we feel very fortunate to have them in stock today. £10.99 for 8 acrylic templates. That is amazing. And these are all, as you can see, 1/8 of an inch thick, so that you can rotary cut them. Even the small one, they can all be rotary cut. Multiple layers of fabric. They've all got holes drilled at every single one of the match points. We're on single figures on this now. If you want the template set for the 8 different sizes of hexagon, you're going to need to be super quick. Get that finger going. Check out. Remember, you don't have to hang on thinking, but what if I want to buy something later, Stuart? I'll end up paying 2 lots of P&P. You will not. You will not. I won't have it. All right? You just combine your baskets and you pay 1 P&P for the entire day, £3.95. You shall not pass. Now, I also had the set of squares. Let me just make sure I put that little bear back on. There we go. Don't lose the bear. Don't lose the bear. And then that just screws back together. It's really handy. That's great. Love that. And of course, that could hang up on a little hook. Right, let's grab the squares. Again, they come on that little, virtually indestructible loop. It's a bit like a bicycle lock, isn't it? That kind of thing. And then you've got your little bear decal as well, which is super cute. And then you've got 8 different sizes of square. And these are, again, 3/4 of an inch, 1 inch, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 3/4, 2, 2 1/2, and 3. So again, you could cut these out and hand piece, because you've got your little match points. So you would start and finish your running stitch just from dot to hand piece. You can machine piece them as well, of course, and they're done like that. But you can also EPP, English paper piece them, because, if you like, they nest so that you can create your inner paper and your outer fabric using this nesting set. £10.99 for 8. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Just as a general point, by the way, remember, if you ever struggle with the app, with the computer, with the website, anything like that, call our call centre. We had a lovely compliment earlier on about the friendliness, the efficiency. They're just wonderful people up there. 0800 001 4433. I don't think you can knock talking to a real person. Am I right? I love it. It'll be a very, very sad day if we ever lose our call centre. I'm sure we never will. They're just brilliant people, and I love talking to a real person. So if that's how you want to shop, just give our call centre a ring and they will help you. It's a free phone number, remember, and it's UK based. They're here in the building. All right, that's the square template set. Brilliant buy for that. The circles have sold out. Hexagons as well, very, very limited stock. Now, next up, I said it was an hour of heroes. It really is. We've got the multi-mat coming up next. So the multi-mat is another of my must-buys. Now, already a brilliant price. This is £19.99. We are going to take some money off of this. Check this out. That's amazing. £5 off. That's like an early bird. That's a 25% price reduction on a sewer's essential. Doesn't really matter if you're a dressmaker or a quilter. This is a superb bit of kit. So you've got that gorgeous grey and white polka dot outer. The surface is padded. This is your ironing board. So you can either use it single or double. This is your ironing board, and it's a really good ironing surface. It's padded, but it's firm. Okay. Next up, just have a sip of my water. Next up, you've got your self-healing cutting mat here. 8 inches by 11 inches. This is that kind of mat that you have next to the sewing machine, so that you're sewing, you're trimming, you're cutting out, maybe your foundation paper piecing, maybe your scrap quilting, or your crumb quilting, your borrow. You can have it all there. Next up, you've got your design wall. This is like a flock fabric, so you can lay your patches on here. You can stand it up. They're not going to slip around. You can lay out your block, and everything's going to stay put. Next up, you've got your sandpaper surface. So this is a fine sandpaper. You put your fabric onto this, and in fact, I've got some little triangles here. You put this on, and it doesn't slip and slide. So if you need to do something like mark the diagonal for, say, half square triangles or quarter square triangles, it doesn't slip. If you're trying to mark around a template, say, for example, a hexagon or a circle, and you want to mark around that template before you cut it out, you put that down on here on the emery surface, and it doesn't slip and slide. Now, you're paying £14.99 for this today here on Sewing Street. That's a £5 saving on our regular price of £19.99. But look at this. You could go online and pay £21.48, which is a third more than you'd be paying from us. Why on earth would you? £14.99, same product. And I think this is an essential for every sewer. An ironing surface, a cutting mat, a design wall, and a marking surface, all in one tool for £14.99. It's fabulous. Absolutely fab. I'm back. Another price comparison. £20.99. 95, £20.95. It's out of stock. Does that mean that they've sold all of their stock at 21? Ooh. I mean, I'd be a bit cheesed off if I'd paid £20.95 for that, and I could have got it from Sewing Street for £14.99. You probably weren't meant to reduce the price, Hannah, but hey, it's how you roll. Lowry, who's in Cambridgeshire, says, "Morning, Stuart. I love my 4-in-1 mat. If I'm not quick enough, it's also a comfy cat mat." Well, there's use number 5. Thank you, Lowry. Love that. A quarter of the stock has gone into baskets or been checked out already. It's one of those essentials. There's no reason why you shouldn't have a couple of these. One for at home, one for your workshops. And talking of workshops, this is your ideal workstation for when you're sewing on the go. So if you go around to friends and you gather in someone's living room, I'll bring the cake, you make the tea, that kind of thing. You want your own little, you want a bit of everything, don't you, to be able to work? This is your bit of everything. I'm not suggesting you'll cut out a king-size quilt on this mat, but it's absolutely perfect as a portable workstation. Take it out into the garden. Take it to that workshop or class you're doing. Lots of you multi-buying this. One for me, one for you. Very, very giftable. And it's a classic as well, isn't it? Even the cover, that grey linen polka dot, it's such a classic colourway. I think it'd just suit everybody. And it doesn't matter what your style of patchwork, quilting or sewing is, that is going to be useful for everybody. Yeah? Love it. Can we do this lovely? This is very, very naughty. This is very, very naughty. And I'll tell you why it's very naughty. This is a fat quarter bundle of 30 fat quarters of assorted solids, which for me is the kind of thing I wake up at 2 a.m. in a sort of sweaty dream that I've been thinking about, you know, how luscious, how gorgeous, how wonderful. These are the kind of things I dream about. Look at this picture. This picture offends me. Show this picture. That offends me. And I don't need to tell you why. That's what this bundle looked like when I walked through the door this morning. Get it in rainbow order. How many times do I have to say it? Now, I'll tell you why it's naughty. Because this should be $56.85. And this was done as a manager's special. I'm going to show you the colours. Now, we're not allowed... Hannah, we're not allowed to repeat managers' specials. But then, the other day, suddenly, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was a price crash on this to the manager's special price. And so Hannah's like, well, if they can, I can. So there we go. There's your manager's special price. $45.48. Now be quick. You're getting 30 fat quarter. Look at all of this. This is why I dream of fabric. Because with this, my goodness me, you've everything you could possibly want to go with. There's more. There's layer upon layer upon layer of beautiful fabric. These are all stunning, usable, luscious colour. Look at that. I'm obsessed. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I've got my cave layer cake here. Look, I can instantly pick out the colours I need, whether it's that piece or that piece. I've got the colours that I need for every single bit of fabric in here. I can pull the colours out. Amazing. These are all fat quarters. Fat quarters are the quilter's favourite, I think, because you get a decent sized piece of fabric. Industry standard is 21 inches by 18. Now, in actual fact, that's bigger. I can tell that's bigger. I'm just going to grab a tape measure, although... We'll grab a tape measure. I'm just going to measure this because our fat quarters, they're a really good size. Thank you, Jay. I literally walked past that. So this, for a start off, is 22 inches. Industry standard is 21. So this is 22 inches. And then depth-wise, industry standard is 18. This is 19.5. So you're getting extra value, but remember, you should be paying $56.85, which to me still sounds like an absolute steal for 30 fat quarters. See, I would expect 30 fat quarters to be at least £2 a fat quarter, if not £2.50. £2.50 for a fat quarter seems a very reasonable buy these days. £10 a metre. Remember, there's the cost of cutting and all that sort of thing. So I would expect for 30 fat quarters really to be paying at least 60, if not 65 or 70 pounds. That would not be unreasonable. This is 45, 48. How much are we paying per fat quarter? £1.51. What can you buy for £1.51 these days? You can't even get a cup of coffee for £1.51. This is a fat quarter for £1.51. Can of pop, a chocolate bar, you know? Oh gosh, we were in Norway once, Charlie and I, and we bought a chocolate bar. Oh, it was a Snickers. I'm telling you, it was a Snickers. £3.50. £3.50 in Norway. In fairness, it was made out of solid gold. It wasn't. It was just a Snickers bar. Look at those luscious colours. We've been very naughty. Well, I say we. I haven't been naughty. Hannah's been naughty. I'm telling. Not telling. This is a manager's special price. We shouldn't be doing this. It's very, very naughty. But how delightful is that? Absolutely beautiful. Lots and lots of you going for this. Can I just say, it would be very, very helpful for Hannah if this just became something she never had to acknowledge again. If it was all gone, nobody would ask any questions about why did you drop the price on that, Hannah? You naughty girl. Yeah, it would be best if we didn't mention that again. Honestly, grab it while you can. Over half the stock we had is gone. Remember, this was a manager's special. We're doing the manager's special price, which we're not allowed to do. But Hannah's done it because she's a rebel and it's how you roll. Hannah's emails just pinged and she panicked. Come to my office now, it's fine. Look, oh, absolutely delicious. Let's do some Tula Pink extra wide because we've just seen a rainbow. Let's see a rainbow on extra wide. This one that I've got first of all is ending 39. So it's like an ecru background. I'll show you the difference actually. So this is fairy dust. That's the colour, isn't it? This is the background colour is called fairy dust. Is that right? So that's fairy dust. And then I've also got one which is a cream. Now when I put these side by side, you can really see the difference. This looks grey compared to this. Now if I take this away, this is more of a taupe. Yeah, taupe or a taupe. But up against the cream, because the cream is very buttery, it's quite a yellowy cream, all right? But just to give you an idea, now I want to show you what you get for half a metre. So, Hannah, I think you need to do the walk of shame. Come out here, you naughty girl. Come on. Drop in prices just like you can. Come on. Show your face. Put your hood up then so no one can see you. Conehead. Conehead. Completely is. This is what you get in half a metre. So I'm going to have to keep walking. Isn't this a gorgeous fabric? Beautiful. It's a subtle rainbow. You get those gorgeous swallows and symbols. Absolutely delightful. And look, that's what just half a metre looks like. Absolutely loads. This is 108 inches wide. Thank you, Hannah. You are excused. Ah, she should know better by now. Absolutely. And also, this is a cotton sateen. So when you feel it, it is 100% cotton, but it has this gorgeous, slightly silky feel to it. The sort of thing, like if you ever stay in a hotel and they've got like cotton sateen, that's the one where you just lie in bed doing this. because it's so gorgeous and soft and delicious. Love it. Might that work as a dress, blouse or shirt fabric, Fran? 100%. Absolutely right. Yes, it would be brilliant for dressmaking and would feel great on your skin as well. These, of course, are designed by Tula Pink, and she designs these really using her palette. So, you know Tula, she has her palette. You see those colours that come up again and again, the gorgeous coral, the turquoises, the sort of golds and mustard yellows, the pinks, the reds. You know, she uses these colours in all her ranges in different amounts. I love Hannah and her Hannah-isms. Love you too, Stuart. Thank you, Wendy. Yeah, I think Hannah needs that on a sweatshirt, Hannah-ism. Just doing my Hannah-isms. Brilliant. Very funny. She is great. We love Hannah. We also love Tula Pink. We love Tula Pink. 14.99.5 metre. And yeah, as Fran asked, would this be good for dressmaking? 100%. Also, if you wanted to just make yourself a couple of nice pillowcases to go with your Tula Pink quilt that you've made for the bed, this is ideal. It's absolutely ideal. It is fine thread count, high thread count, beautiful quality, cotton sateen, feels great. Yeah, really nice to work with as well. It cuts well, it quilts beautifully. So I've got this in the creamy background, and this is that really lovely, warm, buttery cream. It's been very, very popular on pre-order, this one. I'm just going to show you this one. And what I'm going to do actually for a second is I'm just going to grab the other colourway. Okay, you can see in real life, this is more of a sort of almost silvery grey taupe. And then I'm just going to grab, now this obviously is just the plain white version, the white or white, but just so you can see the relative difference, because they're all neutral, obviously white, buttery cream, and then this more taupey grey. So it's really about choosing that neutral that's going to work best for you. Anyway, I digress. So we're looking at this one here. 1/2 metre, just to put it into context. It's more than 2.5 widths of regular fabric. So all of this, you get such a lot of fabric. Now, the other thing you could do with this, if you're a lover of Tula Pink, you could get a regular fitted sheet. And you could put a dust ruffle around the bottom of that sheet, or if you've got you want to make a valance for the bed, I do these often actually. They look great on beds, and they also stop dust getting under the bed. And if you've got sort of storage under your bed that you don't want to be able to see, so it's literally a matter of obviously measuring from the height of your dust ruffle that's going to go to the floor. Then you want to add on 1 inch, so 1/2 inch seam allowance at the top, 1/2 inch seam allowance at the bottom. So that's your height. And then along the bottom, you're literally just going to turn a double 1/2 inch hem, okay? Press it, stitch it. And then along the top, so to work out your length, it depends what you're going to do. If you're going to gather this, then you could run stitching, or you could zigzag over fine elastic so it's elasticated if you want to do it that way. Personally, I like an inverted box pleat. So what I'll do there is in the centre of the mattress, I'll have an inverted box pleat like this. Okay, so you've got this kind of pleat, yeah, that goes inwards, okay. So inverted because an external one would be going this away, okay. But I like them going inwards like that. And then you're also going to do this at the 4 corners as well. And this excess then will allow the fabric to curve around the end of the mattress. And then just sew that to your sheet that goes on top, and you'll have that valance going around the bottom. Yeah, easy. Easy. Right, that's that one. And then the last one that we've got from Tula is the white on white, which I want to make rather an outrageous suggestion for. So let me show you. So this is the white on white. So of course this is just absolutely gorgeous. And I don't know how much, can you see that pattern? Isn't that beautiful? So it's the same pattern. You've got the swallows, you've got the symbols, the hearts, things like that. Hannah's getting a bit, I'm seeing that too, like a wedding-y vibe. So this could be for tablecloths, napkins for a wedding. Very, very economical way of buying the fabric as well. If you wanted to make lots of napkins, that would be lovely. But no, what I was going to suggest was, this is a gel print. So it's like a white gel that gets printed onto the surface of the white background fabric. And it acts a little bit as a resist to dye. So if you dye the cotton, the gel print will stay and it will not print. So you could tie-dye this, you could ice dye this, you could paint it, you could shibori it, you could do all sorts, and you would not just have the pattern that you dye, or the colours that you dye, but you'd also have the pattern. It would be a lot of fun to play with. And actually 1/2 metre of this would be plenty to have fun with. What about, I'm always thinking about school summer holidays, entertaining the kids. What are we going to do? On a decent day, get outside, do some tie-dye, and it can be as simple as scrunching up an area. Some people use tight elastic bands now, but just winding strong thread. If you're going to use thread, I recommend our extra strong upholstery thread, because this is super, super strong. Wind round and round. I remember doing tie-dye at school where we would put things like dried beans in the ends as well before we tied. And do that all over. It could be random. Or you can mark a grid and you can fold the fabric up. It's kind of like concertina, pleat it like this. So you pleat it like this. I mean, you want to do more regular pleats than I'm doing. But you see, pleats like that, and then hold them with like bulldog clips, and then dye it, and then you get different patterns of dyeing. But because you've got the gel print, you'll get all kinds of fun effects. Just a thought. Right, next up. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the colour deck. So this is Johan Wolfram, who really for me is the go-to person for colour and colour theory when it comes to quilting. I bought her book many, many years ago about colour theory and quilting, and it's been an absolute essential in my designing life and making life, not just for quilting, in the garden, home decor, even clothing, you name it, it's so useful. So you get 200 cards to mix up, match and plan. You get your colour wheel. You also get, we were talking earlier on, Debbie and I, about Pantones and how expensive they are. Now these aren't the Pantone colours, but what you've got in here are these colour cards in all sorts of different shades. And on the back, you've got the name of the colour, how it's been created. So this is a tint. This has had white added to it. It's a pure colour that's added white. And then you've got how to use that colour to then create a complementary, a split complementary, an analogous, a triadic, and a second split complementary colour scheme. So super, super clever. So split complementary, we all know complementary colours, right? They're the ones that sit opposite each other on the colour wheel. So this blue-violet sits opposite this gorgeous golden yellow. So in your quilt, in your bag, whatever, if you mixed the blue-violet with that lovely golden yellow, you'd have a gorgeous complementary colour scheme. A split complementary colour scheme is when you take lots of shades. So you take the original colour and then you pick a few to the right and a few to the left, maybe 5 or 7 different shades. And then you use the complementary colour for your starting point. Now the alternative is that yes, you start with your lilac blue, okay, your violet blue, but you leave that colour on its own, that is your accent, and then you pick your split of colours from the opposite side of the colour wheel. That will also work. So there's some really, really clever ways of using colour on these cards. It's a great resource. You don't have to be a quilt designer to use them. It's the kind of thing that's going to give everybody a little bit more colour confidence. And help you just to plan out how to use your fabrics. It might be about how to use your scraps at home. It's a really, really useful tool. I like it. Can't hear you, Hannah. You've gone very quiet. That's better. Right, just want to mention, before Hannah gets into bother, the fat quarter. Oh, such a big stack. The fat quarter bundle. Now, we don't often have fat quarters on anyway. This is 30 fat quarters of beautiful solids from our solids range. Should be £56 and 85 pence. Hannah's matched the manager's special price. It's £45.48, £1.51 per fat quarter. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. It's a Hannah-ism. She shouldn't have done it, but she has. So it's a Hannah's special. I love that. A Hannah's special. £45.48. These have been absolutely flying out. It would be very good for Hannah if this didn't come back to bite us. So if we sell out of everything, no one will ask what happened to the fat quarters. You get 30, they're all different. Some of our favourite shades from our solid collection. And lots of people have asked for colour charts for our solids. This is a great way of actually getting loads of different colours. And just keep a little bit of each one, a little swatch. Maybe a 5-inch square. Absolutely beautiful. Grab these while you can. There are 15 of you with this in your basket. I want you all to check out. You're getting fat quarters for £1.51 each. 51, 52, 152 each. Amazing, amazing price. So that is little over £6 a metre. But our solids are £7.49 a metre, aren't they? So that's an amazing bargain. It's an amazing bargain. I mean, often you pay a premium for getting them in fat quarters. You're actually paying a lot less per fat quarter for buying it in this collection. And there are all heroes in this bundle. They are all heroes. They are all beautiful colours. They are great colours. Great colours. I love them. Now, when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got 8 of these bundles left. That's all. And we definitely won't be doing this again, Hannah, will we? No. No. Right, we'll do some sprays. I'm going to grab the best press as well. Right, let's start off with 505 because we know about 505. This is from Odif. This is your temporary spray adhesive. This is your layering spray, your adhesive. So for layering and holding your quilting layers together, your batting, backing and top all together, quick, easy, holds beautifully for, I mean, not just hours, months. It'll hold the layers together. Okay, completely washes out when you wash the quilt. Also useful for bag making and accessories, anything like that. Provides a really great hold. It won't gum up the needle. It's made for sewing. This is the only spray that I recommend personally for layering your quilts with. £13.99. This is the big can, 500ml. Yeah. Should do a good 2 or 3 big quilts. King size. Now, 405, this is repositionable adhesive. Okay, so this is 404, sorry. So this is the kind of thing that we're going to use to create a quick and easy, what's it called? The design wall, thank you. Design wall. So just hang any old piece of fabric up, pin it to your curtains, give this a little spritz onto that fabric, and then it will have a kind of sticky, tacky surface to it that you can just stick your patches to. Instant design wall. You can spray this on the back of your rulers and templates to make them non-slip, okay? When you want to remove the tackiness, just put them in a bowl of warm soapy water and give them a gentle sponge over. It'll come straight off and it'll go back to being your regular ruler, okay? You can also use this if you want to be able to reposition appliques. So for example, we had a new guest on last week, Janie, Beach and Bleach. And we were talking about doing kind of collage, fabric collage. So again, cut out all of your pieces that you want to collage. It could be pieces of lace. It could be, you know, little motifs, appliques, you know, all sorts of things, even mixed media. Wrong side up, spritz the whole thing. It'll stay tacky. It doesn't dry, okay? Basically, that's why it's repositionable. It doesn't dry. So you can spray all of your pieces on the back with that spray or the surface you're working on. So for example, you might be doing borrow where you're layering up lots of different pieces, but you want to be able to play with them. Reposition to your heart's content, okay? It never becomes permanent. It never becomes permanent, okay? Last of all, best press. This is the brand new Cherry Blossom scent. Absolutely gorgeous, soft floral scent. This is the big bottle, 499 millilitres. In a refillable trigger bottle. This is the one that I've been using. I have literally just finished this bottle and I've been using it for the last few months. Yeah, little bit sad. I might have to get myself a bottle while I'm here today because I just love it, and I also love it for my ironing, for my normal ironing. I will do, you know, things like linen shirts. I'll spritz them with this as well. But absolutely great for getting rid of creases and, you know, fold marks in your fabric before you start working with it. Or if you're working with fabric that's a bit stretchy or a bit loosely woven, give it a spritz with Best Press, give it an iron, and it will behave itself much more when you come to use it. Right, we are going to go to a little break. There's a few other things on the website. Have a look, including a 25-metre bolt of calico. That is in stock right now. I know that's very popular. After the break, I'll be joined by Debbie and Bella from Debbi Moore Designs with their second fabulous hour. We're going to be having strawberries and champagne. Don't go anywhere. I'll save some for you.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful. And the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. Yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hey everybody, great to have your company today. Debbi Moore has joined me again.
Hi.
Hey Debbie, and also Bella, of course. Hey Bella.
Hello.
Raring to go at the sewing machine. This hour we have got 2 absolutely beautiful collections to share with you.
they are.
Brand new again.
Brand new again. We try to bring you brand new things every month. And today, I should say, We have got vintage rose
Yep.
and strawberries and
Yep.
champagne.
We're starting off with strawberries and champagne, a very good thing to do at 8 minutes past 11 in the morning, I think. We've had loads of questions and comments about this amazing quilt that's hanging behind us. A quarter of the stock's gone already for the quilt panel. Let's have a look, Debbie. So we'll give you the details. It's $19.99. You have used some of the elements of this panel on the quilt. For starters, I can see that gorgeous big panel there,
Yes.
which is in the centre of our quilt.
And
This
then
is amazing.
so this is a brand new panel. We have never brought you a quilt panel before. And we just thought we'd start it off with giving you a main feature. And we've got this new faux, we mentioned last time, like a gilding effect on it. And then we've got different size squares. And we've got the strips and then the smaller squares and what we made for the corners.
Yes, these cornerstones are gorgeous. Can you see them up here in the actual quilt? Just here, right up in the corner with this circular element. Now, I'll be honest with you, as soon as I saw them, I thought my summer strawberry jam, cutting that out to go over the
Yes.
top of the jam pots. But of course, you've designed them for quilting. But also, aren't they beautiful? You've got your champagne bottles, you've got your strawberry trellis, you've got that all over pattern with all those succulent strawberries. The blossoms.
So this, as I said, this is a brand new quilt one, but we've designed the quilt with this panel, and then there's a new ribbon panel coming up, and then one plain.
Great.
And this, Bella keeps saying, this is my first real quilt.
It's gorgeous. So to make this then, we need one of these panels.
Yes.
We need the ribbon panel.
Yes.
And then we need a cream. And
A
how
cream.
much of the cream solid do we need?
I think I used about half of what I had, which was about, so I think it's about 1.5 meters.
So 1.5 meters, 3 units of cream.
Yeah.
So why don't we just, let's show the ribbon panel next, shall we? So that we've got everything.
So that's
there's
that
your
one.
main panel. So we need that.
And the
tick.
ribbon number is 06. There we go. So this is a new panel that we brought out.
Yep.
And we wanted different.
Oh,
at that.
lovely. Yeah, that's absolutely gorgeous. So you've got wide and narrow strips. That's a fantastic idea. Really like that. So you've used this in things like the borders.
Yes.
You've used this in these fancy corners as well.
Yes. And then
also
along
here.
here. This one actually is from, no, this is not.
That's
Oh,
from
that
the
is
quilt
actually is, isn't
That's
it?
from the quilt panel.
That's
Yeah,
from the quilt
that's
panel.
from the quilt panel. Great. So quilt panel plus the ribbons plus 1.5 meters of cream.
And then obviously, this is the quilt,
Yeah.
but we've made it into a picnic blanket.
Yes. Love that. So if you look underside, you've got waterproof fabric on the back, so you can sit on the grass and not get a wet bottom.
Exactly. And we had a little carrier, which you don't have to add on there. And it's using with, with the green machine. And I thought it's a lovely idea,
Yeah.
sort of having it nice and folded up. And there you go. Ready to go for a picnic.
Really, really clever. Now, just to let you know, the quilt panel, when everyone's checked out, I've got 10 remaining.
Oh,
That's
wow.
this big panel here. You could use it for the quilt, you could use it to make cushions, you could use it to make garden accessories or a bag. I'm just going to mention the cream solid. Now, you need 1.5 meters to make the quilt.
And it goes so well.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Strawberries and cream. Of course,
And
Wimbledon's starting very soon.
I know. That's why we brought this range out. And then when you look at the actual design, we
Yeah.
colour picked it.
Yeah.
And even the detail behind it, you can see the detail behind it.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? You know, I'm thinking as well, cream, use the ribbon to put a border around it, gorgeous, really posh napkins for an afternoon tea.
Yes.
If you were maybe celebrating a wedding, a special birthday, maybe an anniversary,
That would look
you
amazing,
could do a
wouldn't it?
strawberry afternoon tea with coordinating napkins. Lots of you coming through for these. Remember, for the quilt, you need 1.5 meters. Don't forget the champagne, of course. Veuve Clicquot for me. Got to be Veuve Clicquot.
Oh, look at this.
Now, these are the 5-inch squares. Can't get enough of these. Love that golden yellow in there as well. That is gorgeous. And that fresh green. Beautiful, beautiful. You've got little champagne bottles. You've got the polka dots. Love the gingham. A little trellis here.
So what we've done on here, yet again, you've got 40 squares, 2 of each.
Yep.
So you've got the duplicate designs on here.
Great, great. Love these little vignettes.
They're gorgeous with the lace.
Really cute. And also as well, of course, you've got some that have that space in the centre.
That's what we've started to do, to give you, so although it looks like a feature, it's also an excess that you can actually write in it. If you want somebody's initials, would be lovely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This would be a really nice colourway for in a kitchen as well, wouldn't it? A little summery makeover.
Little coasters.
Coasters would be great. And also
Coasters.
placemats, you know.
Yes.
6 of these or 9 of these, perhaps in a square. Layer it, quilt it, bind the edge.
It'll
You're
look
done.
gorgeous, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? And then because you've got 2 of them, you've got more choices with them that you're going to do. And then obviously we've done again the same format about the variety pack that we've got coming up as well.
Great. So that's your 5-inch squares. Great value for $14.99. Next up, the feature panel.
So this, if you wanted to bring in with your
Oh,
quilt,
love this. Love this.
what we've done is that faux gold again.
Yes, it's really clever. And the lace as well here looks so good.
So you know what this is?
Go on.
In the crafting world, it's our die, our metal die.
Okay.
So
Oh, cool.
So that's how it brought in. And we have brought it in and made it into a lace.
Into it like a lace doily. That's really clever. I'll show you all the difference. So you've got that square with the roses and the strawberries. Then you've got the trellis. How classy is that?
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Next up, you've got the rose bouquet with the strawberries. Even the detail in the background is rich, it's complex.
We like layering. That's something that we've realised because it gives, we like this design depth in all of them. And you'll find that in all of them, even in something as simple as this, what we've done is giving you double layers. And then you've got the roses on the front, the strawberries, the champagne.
Oh, now this reminds me of a very special night I had away in St. Neots. Champagne, strawberries, absolutely gorgeous. The only downside, I was there on my own. It's not really very romantic, is it? But
There's a story coming.
But look, I love the fact that the label on the champagne
Initials.
is, you could put initials, you could put a special date. This could be maybe someone's getting married. And you've got space in the background too where you could embroider something. Absolutely gorgeous. You could turn it into a gift bag and take a gift to the wedding.
Definitely.
Yeah?
I mean, this is what we try now to do with the feature panels, is give you different variety. Where at the beginning, when we first designed, we gave you 2 of each.
Yeah.
Now we're changing it.
Yeah. It's just very, very clever. Great designs. Lots of you coming in for this. Super, super popular. We love our strawberries and champagne.
So you're going to love this one, which is the variety.
Oh, great. You see, now I'm getting, as soon as I hear variety, I'm thinking, oh, I know what this is.
Yes.
Look at that. So again, if you were buying the quilt panel, you could actually buy this and some cream and do a different kind of quilt.
I know. And then you'll find that the designs are different. And obviously the ribbon strips themselves, we've actually mixed and matched them.
These ribbon strips are great. We can cut out the strips, can't we, and use them individually.
Yeah.
But equally, I could imagine doing something like a tea cosy.
A tea cosy would be amazing in that, wouldn't it?
Just keeping the strips together.
Yes. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
And that's why we've tried to now give you a whole range of panels so you can mix and match.
Yeah, a third of the stock of that one has gone already. Can I ask what your angel policy is?
Enjoy it. Make as many as you want to sell.
You can
for
sell for
charity or
profit?
yourself.
Amazing, amazing. Because they're very eye-catching designs. And can you imagine if you do a craft stand and you've got a whole strawberries and
It'd look like
champagne
this,
section?
wouldn't it?
It would. You could do all sorts of different things. You could get like maybe some like faux strawberries in a bowl, like a champagne bottle, some, you know?
And the beauty about it, if you then do that type of thing where you do the sewing
Yep.
craft stand. If you're into paper crafting, you could have the matching cards as
Yeah,
well,
you
so you can do the
could.
whole range.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love that. I love that. And jars of jam as well. Now, let's just grab the main quilt panel again, because we are rather concerned about the stock. That's your top corner there.
Oh, sorry.
We're a little bit concerned about the stock because we've only got 9 of these left for grabs. You do need to check out your baskets, folks. I know you want to see what else is coming up, but you can check out numerous times. Just don't miss out on this fabulous panel.
I mean, there's such on here. So as I said, the brand new panel that we brought out today. And as Bella and I are going on this journey, we keep thinking, right, okay, we need to do it in a different way. So that's why this now has the bigger stripes that we've designed them so you can have them wider or thinner.
Yes.
And that's what we've done differently. And like you said, the cornerstones is something that we brought because it has these kind of edgings. So they fit perfectly in the corners.
Yeah. Well, you could use those cornerstones mixed with solids. They could be the centre of a star block.
Yeah.
Ellen's got in touch on Facebook to say, morning, I've had 2 pounds of strawberries from my allotment already. Wow. Christine's got in touch. Morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard, Debbi Moore. Everything is so gorgeous. Gorgeous. And in capital letters, gorgeous.
Well, thank you.
Really lovely.
We really enjoyed designing them.
Don't miss out on this one. It's down to single figures. You will need to be quick. We're also just going to show you again the ribbon panel. This is a newie. Which one are you looking for?
06, that's under
That's that one there. That's that one.
I do.
Yeah. Again, this is a new concept.
Yes.
These are the ribbons. These are wider than I was expecting, actually, some of them, which is super useful. This, how delightful is that?
Well, we wanted it so you could actually cut it in half
Yep.
and make it a wider one.
Yep.
So you've got those options. And the same, because what we've done is taken one strawberry and then made a background with it. And if you look really closely, there's some polka dots behind there as well.
Beautiful. Really, really quick, easy idea with this. Tea towels in the
yes.
kitchen. Just buy a plain white tea towel, cut a strip, a bit
Yes.
wider than your tea towel, turn a hem in top, bottom and sides and just top stitch it down one end. You could add a little hanging loop to the top and you've got a special
But you
tea
could
towel.
even use this as a hanging loop.
Yeah,
couldn't
you could.
With a little bow on.
You really could. You really could. And what about combining it with a bit of machine embroidery? You could
That looks
machine
lovely.
embroider a little pair of strawberries at the bottom of your tea towel.
Oh, and you could actually cut them out and applique they could.
Well, that's, yes, gorgeous idea. Lots of lovely things you can do with these panels.
So this is Bella's tote bag. She's designed, this is her own tote bag.
Is this one?
This is this.
I'm in love with this bag. I am in love with this bag.
So this is the tote, we call it a bucket bag, and
Yep.
it's exactly the right size. And you get everything, okay? You get the outer and the lining, everything you see, obviously except for the decorative fastenings. But look at that.
Look, lovely big pocket in there as well, all fully lined, everything included, all the fabric. So Bella's used some Bosal in-R form to provide the structure. We'll show you that in just a second. There's a magnetic snap inside and then 4 D-rings, 4 swivel clips, and Bella's used the green machine to put rivets on, but you could stitch them if you prefer, if you don't have a green machine. This is terrific. I love it. Good job, that. Now, do we get instructions? We get instructions.
She's designed it, so you've even got diagrams as well.
Amazing.
So everything on here, and
Yep.
I think you get a little bit of extra...
No.
No, actually
No.
not on this one, sorry. This one has everything, you use everything up. Oh, the extra is you can add a pocket, that was it. You can add a pocket flap if you want to. We've had it on one of the other bags. Or you can leave it without. And it tells you that in the instructions.
Great. That's terrific value. Absolutely terrific value. $19.99 for that. It's a big, fabulous tote with real style. Love the shape as well. It's a little wider and a little lower. It's got this, I'm just going to pop it on for a second, just so you can see the profile. It's really smart. It's really smart.
I have a
love
lot
it.
of things to put in the bag, so that's why we needed a bigger bag.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Nice, easy project that as well. If you're a beginner, easy project. Now, you will need some Bosal in-R form This is a sew-in version, so
Yes.
non-fusible. My top tip for working with this actually would be get yourself a can of 505 quilt basting spray, and then you can just spritz the surface and stick your outer or your lining to it just to hold the layers together, or you can pin and tack.
How many did you get out of the bag?
You use 1/2 metre, we'll do 1 bag.
Yep, so 1/2 metre, 1 bag, £12.99 for 1/2 metre, and you've got that gorgeous structure for your bag. So that's all of the strawberries and champagne range. That's an absolute corker.
It is gorgeous.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now, some of those panels are already becoming seriously limited. So if you've got your eyes on something, don't hang about. Now, we're going to move on to Vintage Rose.
No, Vintage Rose. So it's that lovely vintage colour. And yet again, we have got a quilt.
Yes.
We haven't got a finished one with that. That's the bag coming up.
Oh my goodness. I'm just going to get it out ready because I'm already in love with this. Sorry, just completely ignoring your quilt panel. I'm looking at the bag now, Debbie. I'm looking at the bag. Oh, now this is perfect because it's not just vintage roses. It's gingham, it's lace, it's bird houses. It's luscious.
It's gorgeous.
Absolutely luscious.
So what you have on here, yet again, the main feature, you have your cornerstones, you also have your main squares and these extra squares along the bottom.
Oh, it's really lovely. The palette is so soft and gentle. It's got that sort of romantic, shabby chic, country look.
It does. So see these here?
Yes.
I designed these little wellies that I said I wanted to find some wellies with roses on. I still can't find them. So I thought I'd get them drawn into this lovely topper.
Yeah.
And then I had to have matching gloves and pots.
Of course, of course.
So obviously this started its life as a paper crafting kit. And then what we've done is we brought it in and changed it and added elements. And so a lot of these designs are exclusive for Sewing Street. So you've not seen before.
Wonderful. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to show you a few of the elements. So your main panel, wow. So is the centre, beg your pardon, Debbie.
There you go, that's fine.
So is your centre of a quilt perhaps, or a cushion?
Yes.
Or a bag front, because remember you can trim this down to make it a little smaller if you want to. You could even turn this edge and have it as a larger circle that you could then applique to a background.
Oh, that'd look lovely, wouldn't it? And then all these extra features, you'll find that we've got the designs that blend with it. And there you got the extra squares with them. So you've got the larger squares, and then you've got the smaller ones.
Yeah, and so many of these. Are these 5-inch squares?
Yes.
There's so many of these as well. And I love the variety of prints. You've got this kind of wood grain almost. You've got little soft roses. Just gorgeous little vignettes.
And what we try to do in the vignettes is giving you that extra border turning, like we said to you before, but as you go through them, you'll find that we've got extra depth in them because we've used some of the designs in them.
Yeah, yeah. It's just lovely, isn't it? Even the gingham, the polka dot. It's that perfect range, isn't it, that you would see in a shop, but you'd have to buy, even a fat quarter of each of these would cost you a fortune. You can get all of this for $19.99. You see, if you saw this as a cushion panel on its own, just this main feature, that might be $12.99.
Lovely,
Let's be really conservative and say that would be £10. And then you've got fat eights and you've got squares and you've got all these extra pieces that you'd have to buy to get the variety. You could easily end up spending £50, £60 to get this variety. You've got it all on one panel for $19.99.
I mean, it's such a beautiful one. This is a brand new panel. So we've got, as I said, this is the quilt panel that we have. But if you use it with the ribbons,
yes.
Obviously we haven't got a finished quilt, but Bella's done it with the ribbons. But Jenny's made a dress out of the ribbons.
Yes, we'll have a look at that in a sec. Can I just get the code for the ribbons, please? 80. Yes, got it.
Look at that.
Oh, I know I'm going to love these. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Now that, just quilted and bound as a table runner would be delightful.
Oh, yes.
Or cut up into 2 or 3 cushions. Again, love the buttons, love the lace.
So Jenny has made, so that bit, she's made a whole dress. This is using the blue cloud, but then the rest of it, she's just made this lovely child's dress with it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
And then just added some feature buttons at the top.
Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, even, I remember back to the Sewing Bee first series, episode 3, we had to make a child's sundress. And it was literally a big rectangle like this. So if you just turn down the white at the top. So it was a big rectangle like this. It was shirring elastic, probably this depth, done, but maybe 7 or 9 rows of shirring elastic. It was a hem at the bottom and a French seam to join the side.
Oh, wow.
And then it was 2 little rouleau shoulder straps. And that was it. So one panel, $14.99, and I reckon that would fit probably to maybe 2-year-old.
Yeah.
That sort of size.
Yeah.
And I mean, almost no sewing skills required.
Well, I don't think I'm not that age yet,
No.
at that stage yet.
No, I mean, this is a more complex sew, but it shows the possibilities.
And
Absolutely
you mentioned
gorgeous.
about straps. The other one next to it, I don't know what roll of straps. No, that one, if you take that off,
This
yes.
one. Oh, yes.
So Jenny has used this, and she's used, if you have a look, the top bit is the Vintage Rose, but the bottom bit is the Summer Fairies. So
They
it's
go
showing you
together
they
so
go,
well.
they do go together.
They go together so well. And yes, those shoulder straps, it makes a real feature of them, doesn't
Yes,
it,
it
using the
does.
ribbon? So clever. So clever. I think if you're a bag maker, the ribbons actually is kind of ready-made straps, isn't it? Ready-made handles.
Yes, they're beautiful, and it prints beautiful. It comes out the blues, and all the pinks work really well together.
Love that. Now, next up, we have got 5-inch squares. 40 of them. Always a firm favourite here. It's our charm pack on a panel.
It is, isn't it? So as I said to you before, we're learning every month. We're learning more things. So this one, you've got no urgency. You can do quick quilting, like you said earlier. You can do a larger cushion. We're giving you 40 squares, 2 of each. So you've got 20 different designs, and it works. They all work hand in hand if you go for all the panels to create like a huge quilt. If you
Yeah,
wanted
they
to.
really do. Yeah. You could get multiples of these and you could sew them together into strips, couldn't you? Absolutely gorgeous.
So you can see the detail that we're trying to give you, that depth with everything. So you've got what we call the main designs. You've also got what we close-up designs from the original one. And then you've got the lovely main features as well.
It's lovely. Yeah. Lots and lots of different possibilities. Use it just as it is, as fabric. And cut out your bag pieces, your tea cosy pieces, whatever it is you want to make.
I mean, when you get it back, when you actually see, you can see that we've tried to give you equal amounts of the blues and the pinks, and then popped in some accents in there as well.
Yeah. So
And this
versatile.
is where you bring the creams with the plains, and we've got some pinks coming up in the plains as well.
Yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous. Yes, it is worth mentioning actually at this juncture, look how beautifully our solids go with these. Can we just quickly mention, we've already mentioned the cream, that's a no-brainer I think, plain white would do too. The pink, this pink, ending 90, $3.79, that's fuchsia,
Yes,
lovely soft gentle fuchsia.
it works gorgeous
It
with
does. And then is this cloud?
Yeah, we love that one.
Cloud,
It goes. We use it
gorgeous.
quite a lot.
Yeah, perfect. It's that sort of lilac blue. Stunning, absolutely stunning. 379.5 metre. So if you were looking at the quilt behind me, the strawberries and champagne quilt, you could do the same kind of thing using vintage roses.
Yeah, so you've got the same panels
use the
available.
cloud.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
instead of using the cream, you could use the cream if you wanted to as well, but you could use the cloud with it. So, but it's made out of literally 2 panels and, was it 1.5 metres?
Yes.
Yes, of plain.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Let's do the feature panel next.
Oh, this is beautiful.
So this is where we get the 4 big images.
4 big images.
Oh, yes, absolutely beautiful.
We've learned to leave gaps now for initials or
Good,
dates.
yeah. And also, it's just lovely to have sort of somewhere for the eye to rest or for some quilting to show.
Yes.
So we've got your special request, wellies. Love that.
Yes, and also the hand gloves.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely lovely.
And then obviously we went thinking about in the garden. So then what we've done is we've taken into account, we've got obviously a garden shed with all the tools out there. We've got all the different layers behind it. So when we're laying it all up, we actually start with the back and then layer one after another.
Love how you've taken elements over the frame. It's such a lovely touch. So like the roses here overlap.
Yeah, I love doing stuff like that. Both Bella and I
Gorgeous.
love dimension.
Yeah.
And then obviously they're the pink. And then you've also got the same with the two tones of the blue. So you've got that gorgeous birdhouse with that kind of vintage shabby chic background there. And then you've got this one yet again, giving you space for the areas if you wanted to. Really good size to use.
It's lovely. If you've never tried a panel before, what a great entry point, $9.99 for these 4 big panels. And I think very obviously make cushions out of them,
Yes.
placemats, you know, something
Definitely.
like that. Very easy, bag fronts. Perhaps just get yourself 1.5 meters of a solid or a few half meters that you can coordinate, and you've got cushions, bags, placemats, really easy. Sue's got in touch on Facebook to say what beautiful fabric, just in time for Wimbledon too. I
Yes.
think that's the strawberries and champagne.
Yes, definitely. We
But
actually
also-
thought of it about 3 months ago, didn't we?
Yeah, it's a lovely range, both of them. And that's that sort of idyllic kind of British cottagey garden,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes,
It's
yes.
idyllic, really.
No, and you know, when we originally designed it, we were thinking picnic, tennis.
Yes.
And that's why Bella's made it up with the waterproof background on, but you can use it as a quilt, and that's why we decided to bring out the quilt panel
Yeah.
to give you choices.
Yeah, it's really lovely, so versatile. So, next up, we've got the variety
Yes.
panel.
Now this one, I think Jenny has made the larger shirt. Yes, she's actually made a shirt out of this on the end.
Amazing, it's right at the very end. It's absolutely amazing. This is gorgeous. So on the variety panel, what do we get?
So on the variety panel, this one is the one where you have a mixture of main features.
Yep.
You also have some larger squares and ribbon strips. And the ribbon strips, we tried to do it so you've got the option of using it as a double,
Yep.
but then you can actually make it smaller. You were mentioning about making straps with it. And then at the top, you have got the squares. And the idea behind it is it's an all-rounder. It's a
Yeah.
variety panel,
Yeah.
and that's why we thought about it. But then as we've been developing it, you can actually bring it in with your quilt panel and also your ribbon panel. So you can actually make a huge quilt with it all. And don't forget your features as well.
Yeah, it's really cool. Love it. Absolutely love it. So versatile. Loads of ways you could use that. And the colours are beautiful.
They do pop, don't they?
They really
we were a
pop.
little bit concerned at first with the pink, but the pink, we wanted it a vintage rose, and it's
Yeah.
come out exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's still fresh, isn't it?
Yes. Summery.
Yeah, lovely and summery, but subtle too. How cool is that? And then the last one we've got from this range is the tote bag.
It is a big, big panel, everybody, and it makes this gorgeous bag.
Yeah.
And I do like the lining. You know, we were talking about, Bella and I were talking about it. We need to do the lining.
lining's amazing. In fact, I'm just going to pop this bag through to the wrong side because it's such a stunning lining fabric that you could absolutely split this apart and make a second bag.
Yes, you could.
Because how beautiful is that as a bag?
Yes.
It's far too nice for a lining.
Well, you know, we
Debbie.
want to give you something special. We, you know, at the end of the day, when we be making them, we want, instead of going out and buying a bag, make your own designer bag.
Yeah, true enough.
And this is what, whether you split it, like you said, or not, it's your choices. And this is when we show you the panel, you've got a choice
Yeah.
of having a pocket or not putting a pocket
Yeah.
on. So you can actually stretch the panel.
Well, you were saying early on as well, with the strawberry bag, that you get the optional flap.
The same
and
on
you've,
here.
And you've put it on this one, haven't you?
Yes.
It's actually there. I'm just going to put that together so you can see. And very, very cleverly, you have matched up the design. So do you see, even with the flap closed, it keeps the design true. Oops. I'm pulling it the wrong way because I'm looking in the TV monitor. There we go.
Yes. So you've got the option, and obviously in the strawberries collection, we didn't put it on, we use those other handles. But this is just showing you what you can create. You know, you get the panel, and whether you make it one very luxurious bag, or you stretch it and use the inside for another bag.
Yes.
Okay, you've got the diagrams, step-by-step instructions. If anybody has any issues, they can contact us and we'll go through it with you. But then this is the option. And we've given you the option of putting this on or not.
Yes, quite. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I love that kind of slatey blue.
Yes.
It's
beautiful,
beautiful.
isn't it?
It's very French.
I know.
It's kind of French blue, isn't it?
Watch this space. I am designing a Chateau range fabric.
Fabrique from Le Chateau.
Exactly.
Love it.
The Chateau has the most amazing entrance tiles, and we've taken that design and we're going to make it into a quilting square.
Amazing. I
But
love that.
No, it's going to take some time because we're drawing it from scratch.
It's not next month.
No, it's Christmas.
But stop. We all need to give Debbie a lot of sympathy today. She's doing Christmas this afternoon.
Yes, I am over on Hobby Maker at 1 and 6 with Christmas. Penguins.
Right, that's enough. Not another word.
Right.
Not another word.
Demo.
Love it. So many gorgeous things. Right. We're going to go to demo. Just want to mention before we do the postcards from this morning's earlier show. It's been so popular. 30 different Summer Fairy images. Every single one of these images is different. Be it the pose, be it the colours, be it the border, the background. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning.
I mean, there's so much on here. You have got 30 different fairies, honestly.
And just to give you a size, I'm just measuring the actual framed rectangle. So it is just a fraction under 4.5 by 6.5. So with having that little bit of playing around the edge, you could cut that to 4.5 by 6.5. And I would be really tempted to use those as the centre of log cabin, rectangular log cabin blocks.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
But when you get it home, you know, you'll get yourself a cup of tea and you'll have a look at all the different designs, because I wanted to make sure that everyone was different.
Yeah,
so they are all different. You've got different colour palettes, and you can check out the other ranges in the Summer Fairies because they'll go beautifully with it.
Gorgeous, something for everyone. And of course, don't forget, you get loads of extra applique shapes at the end. This cute little bumblebee. There's another one there. Little ladybirds, dragonflies, butterflies. Delightful. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, let's go to demo. Bella.
Okay, hi. So,
What you got?
well, one of the things with quilting is I'm always trying to find a quicker and easier way of doing things, because I'm always really short on time, which I guess a lot of people are short on time. But one of the nice things with the squares where they're all measured is that the large square perfectly fits a half square. So when you're actually putting things together, it's very easy to mix and match. And when I was designing the quilt panel, I actually used, there's a row of 10 squares, and I used them, I joined them together, but I used them in half so that they would form a border strip that I could then use with the other border strips.
Love
just
this.
to give variety.
Now, when I saw that, I did think that you'd had to sew all those squares together, but it's these squares along the bottom that you've literally cut down the middle, and that has created this part here.
But she has
This
actually
frame.
cut them
But
all
I've
up.
Oh, you have cut them up?
It's a proper quilt.
I did cut them up, but I did it differently. So what I did was I took my squares and I folded them up and pinned them together so that I had a crease. So I sewed them together whilst they were still. So I've sewed down the seam, which is my little cheat. I can't remember where I saw this actually, but it seemed to me a good way of doing it because it means that you're lining everything up horizontally as you go. It's very good because it means that you know that your seam widths are going to be the same as you go along.
Yeah.
And also, it's just a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
I'm all for doing things quicker, but neatly.
Yes.
Neat, quick and neat.
So fold, sew,
fold,
and then trim straight down the middle to make two
exactly,
borders
to
for the
make
price of
two
one.
strips for the price of one. So it feels quicker but it's neater. So you've got the accuracy. So I've got this strip that I've already pinned all the pieces together, which means that when I sew down all these strips, when they're finally all together, then it will actually, I've got to get enough room for my big feet, sorry. So yes, then it's just a case of joining them together, and I actually just use a 1/4 inch seam on all of it, and then cut down the middle. And that's quite a nice way of giving yourself a bit of a variety.
Yeah.
Because what it means is if you've got 10 squares, you can actually make it stretch around a bigger area because you're cutting it in half. So it's all about variety and working these strips together so that you get what you want in the end.
Yeah, sure.
And that's the thing about it. We've come with a different idea. So we've come to, that's what we kind of would do with paper crafting. And we haven't, although we have read some things on quilting, we'll be honest, half of it we don't understand yet. And so we put our own spin on it and think, right, okay, let's do it this way. And I'm all for, because having time to make this. And this is, Bella keeps going on, this is my first proper quilt. There's no quick quilting on here, which is the one that I do quite often. And coming up with different techniques and different panels to make it a joy to create. And also, you don't want to spend, if you don't have the time, a whole week doing it. Be able to get, once you've got everything ready, is putting it all together.
Well, I love how Bella's created this outer pieced border. It's such a clever use of the fabric because, no, there isn't enough fabric to just do a plain border all the way around. And actually, it would be less of a quilt if it was one plain fabric all the way around. So it's helpful. But what she's done instead is to sew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares, make up the corners all the way around. And then there's a rectangle of fabric in between. So when perhaps you've got those shorter lengths of fabric, but you still want a border, combining it with the squares from the variety.
This is the quilt, remember?
This is the quilt.
You only use 2 panels, the ribbon.
That's it, the ribbon.
The ribbon panel and the quilt panel.
So you get all this plus this. So it's just made that perfect border. It's just a very, very clever use of the fabric.
So what I was going to say was once I've got these stitched together, then it's a case of pressing them so that you get a good seam on them. And then I'm just going to use a small pair of scissors and snip down the spine. And then that way I actually get something that's... I think the thing with quilting is I want it to be accurate. I don't want it to look like I've done it in 3 days.
Okay.
You know, but I want it to look
yes.
really good.
Yes.
You know? And that's the easiest way to do it. So I then just use a sharp pair of scissors and cut down, and then you'll see it in a moment. And then you can press the seams flat again.
Ah, so you cut down the join.
I do, yes.
I understand. And then press the seams open.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've got just these scissors are quite nice and sharp, and then I can just snip down here, along here. And it might not be the neatest cut edge, but actually when it's pressed flat, it's the same as... Well, it's not, you know...
Do you want me to grab you some scissors?
Yes.
Can you grab the early bird, please?
That would be handy.
Thank you.
That's
Is
what
it
I
over
need to
there?
get.
No worries.
And they're pink.
Yeah, they are. They're pink. These
suppose-
ones, so these are the embroidery scissors. Let's just have a look
Perfect.
and see whether they...
You see, I need to get a set of these.
You do? Well, they're $5.99 for 4. Just need to wiggle that open.
Perfect.
So you literally just wiggle it open and then just slide it down and snip.
You see, that's better because I think they're longer and parallel
Give
than
those
the...
to you. You have those.
Lovely. Thank you.
And then I'm just going to
then
finger
the
press.
same.
And
Wonderful.
then I'll just give it a little bit of a press with the iron.
That's it. And then...
And there you go. Look at that.
And then once it's all done, you just... And then just cut down the
Slice
middle.
it. Have a go with those scissors.
Yes,
See what you think.
I will do.
Yeah. I'll leave you in peace.
Absolutely. I do need these actually because I think that's a lot easier than
Oh, it's a great
using
day to buy them.
Yes, yes. My sewing collection is extending rather rapidly. They're perfect.
The thing is, I think we all come to realise that we think we've got every piece of equipment we'll ever possibly need, and then something gets invented or we see something and think, oh, actually, no, I do need that.
And the thing, for me, I'm trying different things. I've said I'm into gardening now.
Yeah.
So obviously now need a pink tools. Everybody's
course.
bought me little pink gloves. They've
Right.
bought me everything. And I was saying to Bella, I need to make a gardening apron. I haven't actually got one for me. So now I think I need a gardening range.
Yes.
So that's what we're also working on besides the dreaded Christmas.
What's really nice about these is that they're really narrow. So
Yes.
they go through the thin seam really well.
Yeah, you've got a nice
So-
narrow blade.
Yeah, they're
Good.
perfect. Sold.
Great. Well, they work out at $1.49 per item because you get your large sort of shears, you get your mid-sized embroidery scissors, which are the ones that Bella's using now. You get some micro tip, really small scissors, and then you get some thread snips for snipping your thread as you're working or as you're quilting, perhaps. So you get all 4 items for $5.99. Amazing price.
Perfect. So then I can just snip down here, fold down here.
Yeah. I like that. What a clever way of piecing.
It's just efficient is the word.
That's what we like, efficiency. A model of efficiency, Bella.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but, you know, do my best.
Yeah. But remember, at home, you can take the time that you've got. So if you've got a
Yes.
short amount of time, there's a quick way. If you've got
Yes.
more time, do it that way.
And the thing about it, you know, whether you turn this into a quilt or whether you turn it into a picnic blanket, it's such a beautiful to be able to create this with 3 panels. Well, basically 2 panels and the actual spare metre and a half of the cream.
Yeah.
When we were designing the panel, we had a picnic quilt in mind. Sit and watch the tennis.
Yeah, exactly. Love that. Very, very clever indeed.
In your garden with the TV.
So, Bella, you're just cutting down the middle now, yeah?
Yes, just cutting down the middle. But it means that everything's perfectly lined up. And it means that when you're putting your quilt together, everything lines up. So what I did was because this is, with the quilt panel, there's 2 sets of these 5 strips. And so by doing it this way, I was able to make 4 strips that went all the way around the quilt.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Great way of doing it.
Now, if you liked what Bella's done with the quilt, don't forget we have the vintage rose
Yes.
as well.
So you could
Okay.
make this quilt,
In these
but
colours.
in these colours.
Yes.
And also as well, wouldn't that be the most adorable snuggle quilt to make maybe for one of the grandchildren?
I mean, the quality of the cotton is amazing. The colours just pop and it gives you that option. So this is why we've got the 2 different colourways on there. And don't forget, as well as using it with the quilt panel, you do need the ribbon
Yes.
with this, and we'll bring this in for this one. And that's all you need besides the extra colour.
Yeah. And something like the cloud blue would be a really nice background colour for this. That's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous, and of course this has been designed to work with whatever you want to do.
And we only need 1 of these panels
Yes.
and the quilt pattern to make the quilt. You don't need 2.
No.
Just amazing.
And then this is the one that Jenny also used to make that lovely dress.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. It's great. It's great. I love it. I love it. I need to get my hands on your panels, Debbie. They are brilliant. Of course, we've been doing lots of new launches today. This hour, we've been looking at strawberries and champagne. I mean, what's not to love? And vintage roses. But also earlier, we were introduced to the Summer Fairies and the Beach Fairies.
So the one I really want to share is the 40 squares.
Yeah.
Okay, so
This is the Beach Fairies.
This is the Beach Fairies. So you have got 20 designs, and then you've got 2 of each.
Yeah.
So what I've tried to do is pick out the colours. So I know you love this one here,
I
don't
do,
you?
and I
that
love
one.
the teal. It's just absolutely beautiful.
So yet again, we've done the layering of the option of giving you depth, and you'll see
Mm-hmm.
that, and I love that. And even when, this is the one that I was a bit concerned about whether it would come out, but it's come out beautiful, hasn't it?
Really
when we
lovely.
saw the actual finished samples, this, you have to remember, a lot of these designs started the world as paper. And so when we want to transfer it to fabric, we're
Yeah.
thinking, oh, wood grain, but it just lends itself
Yeah,
beautifully.
it really does.
And we've got it in the 2 tones, in the teal and the blue.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And love these little kind of nautical knots
They're
here.
gorgeous, aren't they?
Beautiful.
And so what you'll find is you've got different depth and different types of shells
Yeah.
and different colourways, but we've gone with that very strong nautical feel throughout.
And then, of course, you've got those beautiful beach fairies as well with their
Yes.
little shell details.
So one of the things that we've done on this one is the variety panels are the new ones. So this one here is actually Nicola used to make her beach bag. She quilted the main 6 squares on here of the main characters, and that's them on there. And then she's used the 40 squares that we just looked at on there as well.
So on your variety panel then, you get these 6 large images.
Yes.
And each one of those images, by the way, just for reference, is approximately about 10.5 inches square. 10.5 inches square, in fact. Gosh, that's amazing value in itself. 6 of those. You get the gorgeous 5-inch squares along the top, and then down one end, you get this variety of a large piece of fabric, and then you get your coordinating strips.
Yes.
So you really do have this gorgeous mixture.
And they're all different. I made sure when I was designing this panel that I wanted to give you choices. So you, for example, you've got the different elements on here to the other one as well. And then we have, are we going to a blender next?
The blender.
Which number is it?
Quick message from Mo, who says, "Morning, handsome, Debbie and Bella." Yeah, she says, "Great shows today, watching while unpacking."
Unpacking.
Oh, is this from a house move, Mo, or is this a holiday unpacking, or are you just unpacking the groceries? I need to know. I'm so nosy, aren't I?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So this is the variety blender.
So it's totally different in the fact that what we've done is giving you bigger squares
Yeah,
in those gorgeous patterns.
yeah,
And then you got the ribbon strips that are wider on this one.
yeah.
And then at the top, they're all feature fairies, all of them.
Gorgeous.
And you'll notice that you've got extra fairies in here.
Yeah.
So we've got them in the different colours.
Yeah, we've not seen those before.
No, I've given you more fairies.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So lovely. I could imagine using this actually if you were doing like a hen party, hen weekend. And like a lot of people now, they go away for the weekend together.
yes,
You
yes.
could do like little gifts for each person.
Yes, a little gift bag.
Couldn't you?
That's so sweet. I mean, don't forget, you can have loads of fun. If you get in, I mean, this is one of, oops, I'm dropping everything, never mind. So this is one of the bags that Nicola did, but
Yeah.
I can never remember this name,
In our form.
in our form.
In our form is the foam.
Is the foam
Yeah.
that she's added to that, and then to create a lovely bag.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Yes, everyone calls it Bosel, but that's the company.
Oh, is
They
it?
make lots of different things, but that foam that's inside is brilliant, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
It's just become so synonymous with the company, everyone just calls it Bosel.
Ah, I didn't know. I've learned something new.
Ah.
Okay.
Now, I want to end with strawberries and champagne.
Okay,
Because that's the kind of guy I am.
We need to find the number 54. There we go.
So these are the 5-inch squares.
These are the 5-inch squares.
Gorgeous. Love the introduction of this gorgeous warm gold in
Yes,
the 5-inch
we brought
squares.
that in, and I think it might be in another one as well. But as you can see, it mixes match beautifully. And I
The
think
polka dot.
I don't think
the
Bella's got that on there.
gingham.
No, she's used the quilted panel for what she's doing. But everything goes, whichever mix and match you go with.
It's so lovely. It's so lovely. Absolutely perfect for the summer that we wished we had, right? I always say, you know, I can't, like my mum was an amazing gardener. I can't garden like her. You know, I can't control the weather, but I can create summer in my sewing room.
Yes.
So can you. This is summer. These are flowers that the winter and the summer can't spoil.
Oh, they're absolutely gorgeous. Okay. So when you actually get them home, really have a good look. I know Bella had so much fun using the panels, didn't you?
Yeah, and they're sumptuous. They're luxurious, but they're bright and fresh, but rich as well.
Yeah,
so,
they are.
You know.
They're everything I want fabric to be and more. All I need now is a bowl of strawberry. Do you know, I don't have cream with strawberries.
Don't you?
No.
Balsamic vinegar.
No.
Really?
Or black pepper.
See, I put the strawberries in the champagne.
Nice. I like how you roll, Debbie. I like how you roll. Bella, how do you like your strawberries?
Frozen in my Prosecco.
Aren't we a bunch of tinkers?
We are.
When are you two pair back?
I'm back on Hobby Maker in an hour, but
Yeah.
we're back here
A couple of weeks.
in a couple of weeks.
Just a couple of weeks. Can't wait.
Yes, yes.
Something new?
Actually, I don't think that. No, we've got some sellouts coming
Great.
back.
Amazing.
Yes.
Even more important, the best of Debbi Moore.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes,
Well,
definitely.
have a good few weeks.
Thank you.
It's been wonderful to see you
Thank
as
you.
always. I will look forward to watching you later on Hobby Maker. Stop saying it. Bella, delightful. Thank you so much for amazing demos.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant.
Thanks for
And
help.
such inspiring samples as well. Thank you for getting involved too. Lots of lovely messages. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, quilt kits you will love. Last chances. Be ready. Be ready. See you soon.
Can you believe it? It's my birthday again. I know, I don't look it, but 39 comes to all of us, doesn't it? Right, 3 days of celebration, right? First day, we are launching with an Amber Makes and John Scott collaboration. I know, and lots of goodies for you there. Then we've got Tracy Dennis from The Owl and the Sewing Cat with brand new sewing kits and a collaboration with me of my favourite kits. That's Saturday. Then on Sunday, we've got Lisa Lamb, bags. We've got Mandy Shaw, red work. And we've got Joe Carter with new toys. Then we go on to Monday. We've got Sandy Chocolate Chip Cookie with a new bag. And we've got Stuart doing a new quilt. And there's one more. Gary with Juki. Gary with Juki. How could I forget that? That was Alan helping me out there. So join me. We've got a gorgeous badge. There's pink balloons. We are going to have so much fun. I'll see you Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
I just like to do my little movement to music in between the shows. Got to keep moving, they always say a moving target is harder to hit. Am I right? Now, this hour, we've got loads of gorgeous quilt kits you will love. I have actually got a couple of sets of instructions. I'm going to start with these. They're from our wonderful Delphine Brooks. Now, Oakley the Owl, this is pattern only, $9.99, and this has only been on air twice before, and it's sold out. Absolutely gorgeous. We get so many requests for Delphine patterns on their own, and this one has been requested by so many of you. Now, first time this was on was 13th of July, 2021. So it's a few years ago, and we have not seen this for an age. This is Oakley the Owl. It's a raw edge applique. It's absolutely beautiful. I think what one of the things Delphine does best is to bring sort of artistic quilting, art quilting, into the grasp of all of us, including people like me that can't draw a straight line. Because you've everything there. This is your placement diagram. Your actual owl is much, much larger than that. And every single piece is coded, traceable, all full size, and you've got instructions on how to do it. This would be an amazing scrap project. It's 33 inches square. You can do true to life, but you could also do scrappy, you could do fantasy. And this is one of the patterns we get asked for more than any other of Delphine's. Great opportunity. Yeah, there was a Jason Yenter collection, yes, Sun, Moon and Stars. That would be so beautiful if you've got leftovers. You could also use things like batiks, tone-on-tones, bumbleberries, solids. What about Tim Holtz? All his kind of neutrals, eclectic elements, neutrals that he's done, like the dictionary, world map, all those kind of sepia tones that you could use to create the owl. Or you could do it all in kind of misty greys and blues. That would be absolutely beautiful. Anyway, this is a confident beginner level. There's free motion embroidery if you want, it's optional. The finished wall hanging is 33 inches square, but you could equally use this on a larger quilt or even on clothing. Can you imagine that across the back of a jacket or a quilted coat? Across your back? Amazing. I think that's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Really popular. We knew it would be. This, when was the last time this was actually available on sale, Hannah? 8th of May this year, and it's sold out. Yeah. So, you know, we just thought a great opportunity just to bring back some instructions. We get questions all the time. We get requests all the time for instructions. So this is Oakley the Owl. We've got some now. They're available. So that's one of the patterns. The other one that I wanted to just show you was Koi Pond from Delphine. Again, this is one, it's only ever been on air once before. I think this has got amazing movement. It was 2022. I think it was with me, actually. The 8th of December. Yeah. Koi Pond. That was with me, wasn't it? Yeah. I remember doing it. It's absolutely beautiful. And I love the movement, the sort of spiral movement of the koi. Raw edge applique, Bondeweb applique. It's absolutely stunning. And it's something really artistic. I also think that these designs would look amazing done on the front of a bag, like on a bag flap. I think that would be amazing. Just one single koi picked out on the front of an evening bag, maybe. Wouldn't that be stunning? That's the Koi Pond quilt. 48-inch square wall hanging when that's made up. Mo's got back in touch to say she's unpacking a house move. Oh, Mo, sending you a hug. That's a big job. That's a big job. I hope the kettle's on. Tea. You need tea constantly. Beautiful. Do you know, I was going to ask you if we could do batting tape next, because I just spotted this. This is great. This is great. This is heat press batting together. This is a Quilter's fusible batting tape. So, it says turn up a hem, lay the hem tape in the middle, press with an iron. Quilter's fused batting pieces. Yeah, I just wouldn't put a hem. I think what they're saying is you could use this for a quick hem as well. Yeah, so when you join batting together, can we just see the picture again, please? So you lay your two pieces of batting butted next to each other, yeah? Yeah, you put the two edges together, so you butt them, you don't overlap them, you don't need a hem. You put the batting tape over the top. I always use a pressing cloth between the batting tape and my iron, or if you've got the Millwood pressing sheet, you could put that on a goddess sheet, something like that, or even baking parchment, and then iron, and that will fuse onto the batting and it will hold the edges together. So in that way, you can make a Franken batting. And what do I mean by that? Well, like a Frankenstein's monster, but out of batting. So all different strips and squares and offcuts, patchwork them together. They're not sewn together. That would create ridges and bumps. You use your batting joining tape. £7.99. Do you know, I really needed this the other day. I'd got enough batting to do a table runner. I was literally 2 inches short on the length. The only way I could, and actually I'd already got the backing on my long arm, I'd got the top ready. It was the Christmas table runner. I'm launching it on Monday. It's the brand new Tilda Creating Memories. And I thought, what am I going to do? So I thought, I've got batting tape somewhere, and I found it, thank goodness. So I cut about a 4-inch strip of batting, and everything was already loaded. Just got my iron and just ironed that batting tape in place, and it did it just perfect. Christine from Lancashire says, hi Stuart, do you need to use the batting tape on both sides of the wadding? Thanks. No, Christine, you absolutely don't. One side is absolutely plenty. It's to hold the batting together. Obviously, you're then going to quilt it. Now, the only caveat I would say, Christine, is that if you were going to do a very little bit of quilting, yeah? Say, for example, you'd got your layer cake squares, you'd sewn them all together, and you were just going to quilt like a cross through the centre. Well, then I might put the batting tape on both sides, because you don't want it to shift around or move or create a little ridge on the back. So then and only then would I use it on both sides. If I'm going to be quilting more, then one side is ample. It's really just to hold the layers together while you're quilting. Really good stuff. Let's do the 10-inch Cafe charm pack while we're here. This is a gorgeous charm pack. This one is called Spring Bright. I haven't got an open one of these, have I? So I'm just going to lift the tape and slide that one off so I can have a little flick. Because these are very, very beautiful fabrics here. Let's have a little look. So you're getting 40 10-inch squares. In fact, you get 42 10-inch squares. Isn't that teal background gorgeous? Now, generally, you get a couple of each of these prints. Oh, that is gorgeous. Wow. Absolutely lovely. Bold and bright. Love that sort of wobbly stripe. Amazing floral there. Oh, now that's a bit of me. Yeah. Oh, you get 3. Hurrah. No complaints from me. That's smashing too. These are lovely. Actually, you know, these are colours and prints that I haven't seen. Delicious. Yes. Love this. Really summery. I know it's called Spring Bright, but for me it's spring summer, without a doubt. Actually, it would really warm up the winter, wouldn't it? Oh, that's a lovely print. I like that. Got your plaid. Plaid for the lads. Yummy. That's yummy. Love pink and red together. I remember I'd never seen pink and red before together, you know, and then I went to China and I saw pink and red everywhere together. It's such a, you know, just different countries, different cultures use colours differently. You know, our colour wheel means nothing around the world. It works for us with our aesthetic, but you can get so much inspiration by looking at how other people use fabric. That's gorgeous. $49.99. We've kept that price the same, haven't we? Fabrics are really going up in price. We have kept that price the same. That is great. $49.99 for the Spring Brights 10-inch charm pack. Let's do a book. Let's do a book. Is it Quilt Lovely? Yeah? Quilt Lovely. Quilt Lovely. This is by Jen Kinwell. I've only got 7 of these left. Now, we had hundreds of these for the launch, but it's almost sold out. I've got 7 left. It should be $23.99. It's $19.99. Now, I'm used to things going up in price when there's only a few left, especially hotel rooms. Oh, I'm paying a fortune at the moment because the rooms are scarce, they go up. Now, there's only 7 of these left. The price isn't going up. It's come down to $19.99. That's launching. That's matching the launch price. Now, Jen Kinwell is an Australian quilter, well known for her beautiful scrappy quilts. Excuse me, particularly hand-pieced. Now, there's some hand-piecing in this book. There's some machine piecing. There's some applique. There are bed quilts. There are cushions. There are ideas for switching between the two. Absolutely love that one. For the boys. That'll be ready for Father's Day on Sunday. You got your dad jokes all prepared, ready for Sunday? Sincerely hope so. I've heard some absolute corkers recently. Brilliant dad jokes. I love a dad joke. Some really, really lovely designs here. I did a show just last week with Sandy Miller-Chipmazoki, and she had done one of the cushions. I'm just going to flick forward to the cushions. She had done this cushion right here, which was absolutely beautiful. My personal favourite is that one. I really want to make that. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Stunning. Log cabins. Look at that. Use up your scraps. That's a beautiful one too. As I say, I've only got a handful of these left. If you want this book, grab it. We may well not get this back in stock. So often with book launches, we have them for the launch and we don't see them again, often because we can't get them again. This is brilliant. And there is, of course, lots of lovely instruction in the back for all those basic techniques. Just love her aesthetic. Fab. That's Quilt Lovely from Jen Kinwell. Right, we're going to have a look at some quilt kits next. Now, the one that's hanging on the wall behind me features a range of fabrics from Studio KM, Kit Miles. These are fab. Love this colourway. Should be $159.99. I've got a very, very special price for you. I've got a very special price. We're going under £100, $99.99. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. These are free spirit. These are free spirit. This is 160 centimetres square. That's got to be around about 60 inches, hasn't it? Love the design of this as well. Now, the Deputy and I have done a quilt, this design using William Morris fabrics. It's a great design. It's a great one to keep in your stash. But those colours, those fabrics are absolutely stunning. 63 inches square. Now, that's absolutely perfect for throwing on a double or a queen size bed as a topper. Works well on a sofa. Absolutely beautiful. And what a bargain price. That is an absolute bargain price. You're saving £60. You've still got 3-way split pay, no interest, no forms to fill in, £33.33 is all you need to pay today. And isn't it stunning? Very fresh and also a bit different. It's a little bit different and it's got a lovely fresh modern look to it. Even though it's very traditional piecing, it's got a lovely freshness to it, and I think that's down to the fabrics. It actually has quite a sort of Santangle look to it, doesn't it? Delightful, absolutely delightful. And you're saving £60. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. As always, beautifully packaged. You get your full instructions. If you want a full demo, by the way, 25th of May. 25th of May, this was on. I think Sandy did this, didn't she? Sandy Milichip Masaki? Yeah. I'm mentioning her name a lot today. Love Sandy. Love Sandy. I want Sandy and Andrew to move to Yorkshire so that we can go out on lunch dates. You know those people, though, that you meet and think, I wish we lived near each other. I'd love to go to lunch with you. Just going to open this ribbon. Everything gets beautifully packaged. Kit Miles comes from the background of surface design, and he's focused a lot on wallpaper and furnishing fabric. I remember when he first launched with Free Spirit, and we're talking about maybe 8-9 years ago, a roll of his wallpaper was hundreds of pounds. His furnishing fabrics were like £90 a metre then. So you've got some beautiful solids there, which really help to pick out. I mean, that is just a lovely combination. And then look at all these wonderful fabrics. Absolutely beautiful. Again, you've got those beautiful solids that really, really help pull out the different colours. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Under £100. It's amazing value. Absolutely amazing. You don't need to buy the pattern. It's included. It's included. And the quilt is 63 inches square. So it's a really, really good size. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, lots of these in baskets. Let's just talk about the skills that you're going to need to make this quilt. So, first of all, easy piecing. You have got half square triangles. You have got large squares, small squares, and rectangles, and that's it. You've got two simple borders, just regular strips of fabric sewn on. That's it. What I think is very clever about this is the piecing, because what you've got is you've got your 3 blocks across the top, 3 across the bottom, 2 in the centre, so they're offset. That instantly gives this quilt a more modern, more interesting look. And then one last little bit of piecing you're going to do. You've got these rectangular side units here, which feature a square on point. Now, there's various ways you can make a square on point. You can do it with templates. You can do it with foundation piecing. This is easy stitch and flip. So this is the only other technique you're going to use. And if you've watched, well, gosh, any week on Sewing Street, you'll see that technique. It's a large background square, 4 smaller squares with a line drawn on them, and you literally stitch on the line and flip the corner back. Stitch on the line and flip the corner back. It's easy, easy accuracy. So no difficult skills at all in this quilt. You can do this. And at 63 inches square, this is completely doable on a domestic sewing machine from start to finish, including the quilting, easy to handle. Now remember, you are making a £60 saving today on this quilt. That is an incredible saving. Incredible saving for a beautiful finished quilt. All this lovely fabric. Plus instructions, of course, but you will need to be pretty quick on this because there are so many of them in baskets. More in baskets than we have. So a bit dangerous at the moment. Bit dangerous, bit of danger, bit of jeopardy. Well, I remember last week, it's never happened before, but really quickly, people were actually losing items out of their shopping baskets last week. And it's not good, but it can happen if we get to limited stock and then everyone starts checking out. That's when things can disappear. So that is a beautiful, it's called My Sunflower. Right, now next up, I've got a beautiful quilt kit from Moda. It's called Climbing Vines. And again, this has got a lovely, modern, fresh feel to it. Super easy piecing. The price is dropping. You're saving £70. I thought £60 saving on this was amazing, which it is. This one, you're saving 70. This is 68 inches by 84, so a double bed quilt for £129.99. Now, I know this looks like it's going to be difficult, doesn't it? Let me break down the block. So what you're going to do is you're going to make 2 square units. So you start off with a square of leaf fabric, the coloured fabric, and you're going to do stitch and flip units on 2 opposite sides. That creates the leaf. That's it, done. You're going to make 2 of those, and then you're going to sew a thin strip of stem fabric or stalk fabric through the middle. Join it together. That's your block. That's it. Beginner level, easy accuracy. You're going to make a bunch of them, and then you're going to sew them into either long columns, long rows, just like you would any other square block. Sew them together, or you could even sew them in groups of 4, and then sew those groups of 4 together to create they're almost like beanstalks, aren't they? Let's dive in and have a little look at the fabric. I've only got 2 of these kits left. Just going to try and get into the box. Oh, it's all taped up. Oh, I'm in. I'm very impressed with the fabrics in this kit. They are absolutely gorgeous. So what you get your pattern for the Climbing Vines. You also get your fabric. Now, you get beautiful Moda solid in that just off-white. You get gorgeous fabric for your border and binding. There's a wonderful stripe in there, and also your binding fabric. And then you also get a full layer cake, again from Moda, all included for £129.99. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And like I say, it's a really, really big quilt. So in total there, you get your willow layer cake, you get 4 1/8 yard of white Bella Solid, off-white Bella Solid, you get 5/8 of a yard of Lagoon Blue herringbone for the binding, you get 3/8 of a yard of Lagoon Blue and green stripe for the border, and you get, and then you need extra, it suggests 5 yards of dandelions on spring green for the backing. So whatever backing fabric you would like. You don't get backing with it, but that's what you would need. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Great price too, £129.99, £70 saving. And there are split pays. All you need to pay is £43.33 today. How lovely. Gorgeous, love that. Right, next up, Art Gallery Blue. Oh, okay. Floral Maze. Do I have the sample of this? Oh, I can see them, they're on a trolley. I might need to run off. Right, oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous, love that, look at that. I'm just going to run around and get it, don't worry. Well, I think it's these here. Let me see. Wow. Right, I got QUILT. I think it's this one, isn't it? Oh, it's a big one. It's a big one. Yes. Oh, this is it, Jay. Right, now neither of us is particularly tall, so you're only going to get a sense of this. Oh, wow, look at that. Gosh, look, so that's the top of it, okay? And then if we just go down a little bit, and then there's your centre, yeah? Oh, it's lovely. I love the scale. Look at this fabulous print here. And you've got a really wide border frame in that fabric, which really shows it off. You've also got it again there at the bottom. Oh, Jay, I love that. Beautiful. It's 90 inches by 108, which is your classic queen size. Now, it should be £219.99. You're going to get this for under £200. In fact, well under £200, £179.99. That is for your full queen size quilt. That's amazing. That's amazing. Should we have a look at the fabric? That's a really nice quilt. Like that. I like the scale of it. Really shows off those prints, doesn't it? And also as well, you know, there's lots of lovely colour in there, but it's not overwhelming. It's not overwhelming. It's not, so, I mean, sometimes, and this is absolutely what we're going for, you've got lots of kind of clashing patterns and scale and lots of pattern against pattern in Caves quilts. And that's absolutely the aim, the point. But I think what's lovely in this quilt, and this is perhaps an alternative, still using his fabrics, but you've got this one main real feature print, which is given kind of room to breathe on the quilt. Then you've got these more simpler prints like the polka dots and that abstract dot. Okay, so they're your other prints. So again, not overwhelming, not clashing, just gently toning. And then you've got some solids. And that's your palette. Now, for me, that's actually very restful. That's calm, especially for a cave quilt. It's a calm cave quilt. And it's a lovely kind of cool palette as well. Yeah, I think that's stunning. That's stunning. And there's the front of the box showing that full quilt. 108 inches by 90. So a full queen size quilt. Can't believe that price. £59.99 you split pay. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Very good value. Right, just want to recap the quilt that's hanging behind me. This gorgeous My Sunflower quilt. This is under £100 and it's 63 inches square. Can't believe that. All Free Spirit fabric. It's Studio KM, that's Kit Miles, who creates these beautiful, almost sort of doodled, tangled, sort of hand-drawn look to these very sort of complex fabrics that have then been mixed with some beautifully toning solids to create a really stunning, modern, fresh quilt. And that palette is a bit different, isn't it? It's just a bit different. The price is incredible. You should be paying about 160, 159.99, yeah. You're saving £60. That is an amazing split pay of only 33. That is an amazing split pay. I paid more than 33 for a little bundle of fat quarters the other day. He did. And that's your first split pay on a massive quilt. Fab, amazing. Right, don't hang about if you want that quilt. Steph's made a good point. I said earlier on about colour in different cultures. She says, I see colour popular in different eras too. Loads of orange and brown in the 70s. Absolutely. It's true, isn't it? These things vary over time. Absolutely. Very interesting that. Yeah. Different cultures, different times. Colours are different, you know, popularity. Now, we are going to do the bundle of solids, 30 fat quarters at a manager's special price. I'm not supposed to do this. I'm not doing this. Hannah is. So there. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to start getting these beautiful colours out. I mean, those first few, those sort of cyclamen pinks. Oh, I'm all tangled up. Oh, Oh, I'm completely tangled up, sorry. Now my talkback's fallen down my back. Right, sorry for everybody, I'm just going to have a complete rearrange. These fat quarters, by the way, you get 30 of them, and you're paying £1.52 per fat quarter, which is absolutely amazing value. I'm hoping you're still picking me up. Right, hello everybody, I am back. Oh, do you know, I bet Charlie wishes he could turn my mic off. Right, there we go. Oh, right. Smashing. Right, let's get back to where we were. Right, so 30 fat quarters. Absolutely gorgeous. All these wonderful pinks, cyclamen, coral shades. We've got some browns and creams in there as well. You should be paying £56.85. Hannah's done a very naughty thing and she's matched the manager special price. There are more of these in baskets than we've got. So if you want this bundle, please check out your basket because some of you are going to be disappointed. You're paying £1.89 a fat quarter. No, unless that's gone up. That's the original price. £1.52. £1.52 a fat quarter. It's absolutely incredible value. And such a gorgeous selection of colours. Actually, very usable, very universal. Yes, absolutely. I was just reading a dad joke. Sue's written in with a dad joke. I mentioned dad jokes. She says, here's a dad joke for you. I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. That's a good one. I quite like that. Well done, Sue. You made us laugh. That'll do. That'll do. Amazing. Absolutely amazing selection of fabrics for a great price. Regan, who's in Merseyside, says, I just found this channel and I love it. I am a quilter. Regan, welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. We have quilty stuff on pretty much every single day. Dressmaking, knitting, crochet, you name it. But we have plenty for the quilter. Oh, welcome. Amazing price. Great for any quilter, this. 30 fat quarters. Right, next up, I have got a book about tumbler quilts. Now, I've made a few tumbler quilts over the years. This is a gorgeous book, just one shape, but endless possibilities, by Valerie Prideaux. Let's have a look. Play with colour and design. Let's start. Ooh, already I'm excited. Oh, wow, look at this. Baby blue, not just black and white. Come play with me. Magenta jam, now that's fabulous. Softly tumbling, lava blue, peaches and cream. Wow. Oh, forest, fire, blue ocean, they're really arty. Gosh, I could do an Australian quilt, couldn't I? Oh, these are amazing. Look at that. That's all from tumblers, nothing else. Just tumblers. Oh, this is a really, really clever book. I love it. Very nice. Very nice. gosh. Now, when I've used them like this, one up, one down, you know, simple, beautiful, great for a scrap quilt. But look at that. How clever. How clever. I'm very impressed already. Beautiful, almost landscapey. Wow. Nice photography too. Amazing price, $17.99. The only way they could get that cat to sit in that chair was giving it a toy. I just know it. And literally they took that shot and then the cat was off. Am I right? Wow. Oh, that's beautiful too. As a colour study, showing it there in different colourways. Isn't this clever? Oh, that's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. That's amazing. We all like that. Adding a spacer. Very clever. There's so much in this book that I would happily have in my home now. From the bed to the wall. Oh, wow. Look, though. I love the sofa. I want the sofa. That's amazing. And, of course, there's lots and lots of advice about fabric and colour as well. Sunrise. Oh, wow. Sorry, I keep on saying wow. But this is a wow book. I've not seen this at all. And then a bonus project, Come Play With Me. And have these been appliqued? Perfect for tummy time. Well, I don't know about you, but I still enjoy a bit of tummy time. Just lying on the ground, reading a book, draw it, you know, that kind of thing. That is so lovely. Well, especially in the summer under a tree with a good book. Very clever. You're not worrying about curves. You're not trying to piece this. You're sewing these together and then you're appliquing them. Oh, it's an amazing book. Absolutely amazing. Love, love, love. This is Regan, who's just discovered Sewing Street. Regan's a quilter. Regan, isn't it brilliant? I've not seen this book before. I think that's amazing. It's money well spent. And actually, you think, oh, there might be one or two quilts in there I like. I want to make them all. I want to make them all. I want to make that one about 10 times. I want to make that one now. That one. £1.12 a pattern. Amazing. That, you see that looks like lava lamps. It's really cool. This is really good. Oh, and loads of colour advice. I mean, talk about selling the concept. Valerie's done an amazing job, hasn't she? It's really made me look at tumblers in a whole new light. Donna from the West Midlands says, hi everyone, I bought a tumbling blocks ruler from Sewing Street a while ago. This book is a good excuse to start using it. Totally agree with you, Donna. I know the one you mean. It's a Creative Grids one, isn't it? Regan has said, I'm convinced, I just bought it. Yeah, I agree. It's great, it's terrific. I want it too. I want it too. Oh, Regan, I think you're going to love Sewing Street. In fact, I know it. I know it. Make sure you're watching on Monday, because on Monday I'm going to be launching the brand new Tilda fabric collection. It's called Creating Memories. It's 4 16-piece collections, seasonal, spring, summer, autumn, Christmas, and there's 64 fabrics in total, all brand new, all beautiful. If you've been looking at my Instagram and Facebook over the last few days, I've been showing lots. I'm going to put a quilt on this afternoon that I've just made with the Creating Memories in the autumn range. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. It would be perfect for this book. Make sure you're watching on Monday for the last day of John's birthday. Now, next up, Calico Bolt. Yeah, I don't have it here. Can I have the bolt of calico, please? I'll grab that. I've also got Quilt As You Go. Paris on Point. Now, this is from Jude Taylor. Absolutely brilliant. This is Paris on Point. And this is a really cool concept. So in the bag, what you get is you get printed batting. I'm going to open it up. It's an 80/20 batting, and you get a piece of printed batting. Thanks, Jay. You also get a set of instructions. Now, this is Quilt As You Go. So if I open up this batting, you'll see that you've got the block, the quilt block, printed on the batting. Okay. Now you use this with the instructions, and you cut out your fabric pieces, and you place number 1 on, and when you place number 1 on, it will fit literally just inside the blue lines. So there's no sewing and then trimming and cutting back or anything like that. You cut the pieces to the right size. Then you put piece number 2, well, you'd put that right sides together, and the edges will literally just butt up against that blue line. So you're not sewing on these lines. You will sew your normal 1/4 inch seam, and then you will flip that fabric back. When you flip it back, it will just go to the blue line. You add 3, then you add 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and then you've made your block. Once you've done that, you trim around the outside edge, and you've already got backing on, so as you're piecing through the batting, you're actually quilting it at the same time. It's very, very clever. And then once you've made your blocks, you will then join them together, either using strips of fabric, Quilt As You Go style, or you can use the June Taylor Sash in a Dash. You don't have to use Sash in a Dash, but if you want to, you can use that. Now, I did demo Paris on Point and London, London Labyrinth. Gosh, it's got to be at least a year ago. I probably showed them again, yeah, on the 1st of January. 1st of January. Have a look on my Instagram or Facebook. You'll see it there. Yeah, it's gorgeous stuff anyway. Really easy to use, and the results are sensational. You can multi-buy. You get 6 blocks in the pack. You get 6 blocks, and they're 12-inch finished blocks. So that is Paris on Point. Now, we've also got London Labyrinth, and I used both blocks together, and I actually made a 9-block throw quilt, like a sofa quilt, using K facet. This one's $16.99. Can we take it to the match it? Let's match it. Yeah, let's do it. $15.99. Yeah, mix and match. I agree. Yeah, $15.99 for that. So same price. And this is almost kind of log cabin style, but again on point. So this mixes really, really well with Paris on Point. And I used some of these blocks and some of Paris on Point in my throw quilt. Yeah, really nice. Love it. Same principle. Now, Calico Bolt. So this is one of our absolute favourite products here at Sewing Street. You can buy it by the ½ metre, and that's really useful if you need a small amount, say, for example, for a cushion or maybe a toile. But on this bolt, you get for $124.99, you get 25 metres of 60-inch wide quilters pre-shrunk calico. This is a big bolt of fabric. This is a big bolt. Think about it, at 60 inches wide, you could back a lot of wall hangings, a lot of small quilts with this one width. If you joined 2 widths together, you're going to end up with fabric that is approximately 118, 119 inches wide. That's even wider than our extra wide backing fabric. This fabric works out so economical. How much is this per metre, Hannah? $124.99, and you've got 25 metres. Is that like £5 a metre, £6 a metre? It's £5 a metre, isn't it? $4.99 a metre. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. 60 inches wide. Now, even though this is massive and it's heavy, you don't pay any extra postage. It's only $3.95 postage all day for everything, no matter what you buy. This is also really, really good if you do toiles for dressmaking. Yeah, if you're a dressmaker, absolutely perfect. Thank you, Jade. Right, I've got one more quilt kit. This is called Flower Seas. I'll show you the quilt first of all. Oh, that's really cute. Oh, it's lovely. That's lovely. Look at that. That's a really cute, like baby quilt size. Really joyful. Now, it should be $119.99. Would you like a really special price to finish the day with? Here it is, $69.99. Are you kidding me? Wow, $69.99. That's for everything. That's your binding. That's your quilt top. It's 140 by 110. All you need is your backing fabric. All you need is your backing fabric. That's amazing. 15 different fabrics and free instructions included. Nice, easy one that, but how joyful. That is gorgeous. What a great quilt kit to end on. I love it. I love it. Flower Seas. Right, okay, now, one thing before I go, I do want to wish happy birthday to Vic's little twins. It's their first birthday today. Where's that year gone? Hope you're all having lots of fun, eating lots of cake. Hopefully there'll be some in next week for me. Just saying. Let's do the menu tomorrow. So it is the start of John's birthday weekend. Somehow John's turned a weekend into 3 days. He is outrageous. Anyway, 8 a.m. Happy birthday, John. 9 a.m. It's the is it just a whole hour of just saying happy birthday, John? Wow. Okay. All right. Well, should be watching that. 9 o'clock, Amber makes book cushion with Rebecca Reed. At 10 o'clock, Tracy Dennis is here with Owl and Sewing Cat new dressmaking collection number 23. At 11, it's the Amber makes brand new velvet tote with Rebecca Reed. And then at 12 o'clock, it's the Owl and Sewing Cat John's Picks with Tracy Dennis. Ah, amazing. The first of 3 days of birthday celebrations for our John Scott. Also, of course, there is a giveaway badge with every customer while stocks last. So get in there quick tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for John's birthday weekend. 3 days, amazing. I'm with him on Monday. All right, I will see you very soon. Take care. I'll see you Monday, in fact, for the launch of Tilda. All right, see you then.